Heavenly Flame, 3, however, when the time comes where he could finally get out of here, he would go to her and get the bead back in person. Little girl. I hope you and your parents won't let me down. If the bead is lost, maybe I'll actually eat you. The man licked his lower lips like he's relishing at the imaginary scene in his mind, thus giving off a seductive charm akin to a succubus. Flame Domain. Above a mountain range, a man stands tall with his hands held behind his back, those eyes unusually sharp when staring off into the distant scenery. If Bai Yan was here, she should undoubtedly recognize who this individual was right away, for he's an old acquaintance of hers. Monarch, it's then a man that looks to be a guard here came up and cusped his hands in respect. The other domains have sent their representatives for an audience. The man's brow faintly furrowed up as he spoke with the abnormally cold voice, no. That simple reply left no room for wiggle, thus causing the man to appear troubled. Then about Miss Gu? The guard hesitated but spoke anyways. Miss Gu had been waiting in the monarch manner. What should we, let her wait? In this world, there are no other woman that could make him move, aside from one. But now he could no longer meet her. Until he vanquishes all those who opposes himself, he's determined to not appear before the love of his life again. Perhaps it's the memory of his wife resurfacing again. The cold frosted man suddenly formed a kind and gentle smile that astonished the guards standing in the rear. The minion here never once saw his liege's smile before, so this would be the first. I wonder who in the world could make his monarchness smile like that? Not even Miss Gu could do that, and she's the most beautiful lady in this domain. Yes, monarch. The guard did not want to pry, so he carried out the will of his master precisely as told after retreating. Ninger, by Ning. I know you're back, but please forgive me for not being able to come see you. Wait for me. Once I finish solving the problems here, I'll go to the celestial realm and retrieve you. You have to wait for me. Since learning of Bai Yan's mother being in the celestial realm, this husband had left home on his own in order to grow and gain strength, the reason merely to find his wife and be reunited with the peerless woman. However, what he didn't expect was that he would have the incredible opportunity to gain such powers and massive followings. But as all things that comes with power, there are consequences and a price to be paid. In this case, it would be a world of people that wants him dead. As a husband, as a father of Bai Yan's, Bai Chang Feng couldn't risk having the love of his life and family be in danger due to his own decisions. Monarch Manor. Dressed in a long blue dress that had its skirt sliced along the bottom to show off those incredible and seductive leggings, this lady, who's also a powerful monarch in her own right, was currently sipping the tea from the cup in her hand, her eyes elegant and pleasing. Is Heavenly Flame back yet? Miss Gu asks after seeing the guard who received herself had returned. Heavenly Flame, 4, Miss Gu, our lord is unable to return for the time being. If you wish to see his monarchness, the only option is to wait for now. Guya's fingers trembled as her gaze dimmed at the news. She tried her best to get that incredible man back with all her means. She succeeded and more, but now the reward was a snub by getting the cold shoulder. In the old days, Heavenly may not like me, but he would never give me such cold treatment. What happened in a single lifetime? This is not the same man I knew. Inhaling a deep breath to gather her composure, Guya forces her usual elegant smile. Since Heavenly is busy, then I will take my leave for now. I'll come back at another time. After saying this, she slowly walked outside the hall where an old elder was already waiting for the lady's presence at the exit. Miss, were you able to meet with the monarch? The senior quickly came up and asked. Showing a disappointed face, I did not sacrifice so much only to be ignored after getting him back. I want to be his wife. But somehow he's only giving me the cold treatment. Then what are your next step, milady? There's a touch of pain on the old senior's face after getting this poor news. He has been with the lady for many years, so he knows how much effort and hardship she went through in order to revive Heavenly Flame. She deserves such a reward, there's no question about it in this senior's mind. Senior Gu Lao, are you certain you can't find out about Heavenly's life? Like where his parents are, or his hometown? Perhaps a offsprings or a wife? Can't you find out anything? Senior Gu Lao's eyes dimmed over the bombardment. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, I believe someone is deliberately erasing all traces of his connection to the mortal world. Even when I brought Heavenly Flame Monarch's portrait for the humans to see, none could recognize him. I suspect it's his monarchness who's behind this anomaly. He's likely doing it to protect his family and friends. Guya went quiet for a good while before being able to respond. I can understand and approve of his desire to protect his mortal parents. He's always been a righteous man. It's why I fell in love with him. But if he's doing it to protect his children and wife, The thought Heavenly Flame having a wife tore at Guya's heart, sending an unbearable pain throughout those veins. Miss, what would you like to do if the monarch does have a wife and children? Guya hung her head in thought at the painful question. Heavenly is a loving person. If I move and kill his wife and children, then he will surely hate me to the bone for it. That's not what I want, but he's the master of the domain here now. His life is unlimited, while his family are no more than mortals with a limited lifespan. They will die one day. By then Heavenly will understand who is the most suitable for him in this world. Even if the man of her life has a family already, she's not afraid. After all, time would mow over everything, and by then only she and him would remain. Thinking up to here, Guya's depressed mood swiftly cheered up again. Making her iconic smile of elegance, Gu Lao, we're going back first. As for Heavenly's past, leave it alone. If he doesn't want anyone to discover the details, then no one else can do it. With this spare time, I might as well think about on how to become his wife instead. Heavenly Flame and Ling Yan, 1, towering over the clouded peaks, a man continues to stare off into the horizon until he grew tired of this scenery. Turning around, he originally intended to return to his estate when suddenly. Who? He snaps at the rustling noise coming out of the shrubbery. In response, a small little head pokes out of the leaves and met his gaze. The girl had a very cuddly and cute face, but those eyes were the main showpiece that dazzled anyone who saw it due to how brilliant they were. Where is this place? Where's my mother? The pipsqueak rubs her eyes in a drowsy manner as if she didn't wake up properly yet. Towards this unexpected child, Heavenly got a strange aching fondness to her akin to his own grandson by Xiachen. The boy has always been cuddly and cute, similar to that of a steam bun, only this baby here had more of a pink fluff to it. Little girl, I did not see your mother here. Did you get separated from her? Taken aback at first, the pipsqueak squirms uncomfortably at the stranger before breaking out into a cry. I want mother, woo woo, I want to find mother. Where's your mother? I will help you find her. Heavenly did not know where his patience came from because he's never been one to babysit kids, but for some strange reason he could not reject this baby girl's request. Hiccuping as she half speaks and half cry, Uncle, you will really help Ling Yan find mother? You're not the kind of lying kidnappers Big Brother mentioned, right? That actually caused a frown in Heavenly's face due to the abrupt turn of topic. This child is so wary of strangers, just like Xiachen. So you're called Ling Yan? Don't call me uncle, I could be your grandfather already if going by my age. In fact, my grandson is only a few years older than you. If he's by your side, he will certainly like to have a young little sister like you. Xiachen always mentioned how much he wants a little sister, so in Heavenly's mind, this baby girl would be a perfect fit based on how cute and cuddly she was. Ling Yan, tell Grandpapa here your mother's name. I can send someone to go inform them of your whereabout. I'm sure your parents are worried sick for you. That said, the guy reached out with a hand and rubbed the pipsqueak's head to soothe her crying. For kids, it's common and human nature to be afraid of an unfamiliar environment. Therefore, the best solution would be to first calm their unsettled self with a calming gesture like caressing their hair or a welcoming posture. Despite being teary still in the eye, Ling Yan did stop hiccuping as she spoke. Big Brother said to not trust anyone I don't know. This grandpapa seems nice, but he said I would be a good sister to his grandson. In this pipsqueak's mind, she only wants to be her parents' daughter and her two brothers' sister. She doesn't want to be anyone else's sister. Tightly biting down on her lower lips, Grandpapa, are you planning to take Ling Yan back to your home to sell to your grandson? That instantly made the man freeze all over due to how ridiculous and bombshell of a comment that was. He honestly never expected this girl to be so clever that she could coin up such a story. Angry at her? No, more like a helpless exhaustion at being unable to handle a baby. You little rascal, who taught you such things at such a young age? The outer domains are dangerous, you cannot stay here alone. Grandpapa here promise you, I will not sell you to anyone or my grandson, okay? Heavenly Flame and Ling Yen, too, he felt like his life's patience had been spent on the little fella, but who told him that he's taken a strong liking to this pipsqueak at first sight? As such, there's no way he could ignore this crybaby and let her stay in this dangerous place alone. Big Brother won't let Ling Yen touch other men, otherwise Big Brother will break their legs. If Grandpapa wants me to see your grandson, then I won't go back with you. This Grandpapa, he looks like a good person, and if he is a bad person, he would have forced me to go with him by now. For the sake of this stranger's kindness, the pipsqueak was deadest on not meeting any other male. She's all too aware of what Bai Xiachen and Di Tsang would do to any men that gets too close. You little rascal, can you even tell the difference between a male and female at your young age? Heavenly sighs and shakes his head helplessly. This little one, the more I look at her the more I like it. If only I can snatch her up and bring her to Xiachen. Ling Yen bit her thumb in a troubled fashion at that last question. Big Brother said those with a bump on the chest are females, those that don't are a man. Ling Yen is not a fool, how can I not distinguish between a man and a woman? After hearing that outlandish and humorous answer, Heavenly nearly broke his face due to the intense twitching. Where did this little one learn such a thing from? Is her big brother that silly? How can he teach such a young baby something like that? Of course, if he knew who the pipsqueak's older brother was, then he would surely eat his own thoughts right there and then. Ling Yen, can you tell me where your house is now? What's your mother's name? Mustering up the last bit of control to keep himself from laughing aloud, Heavenly uses the most doting voice he knew. Initially Ling Yen wanted to say Bai Yen and the demon realm as her reply, but those words stopped right at the tip of her tongue after recalling something. Specifically, it's Di Xiaowan and state teacher's tragedy. That kind state teacher was killed by people from the outer domains. What if those enemies were here and learned of her identity? By then they would surely capture this pipsqueak and use her as a hostage. Understanding what she must do, a meaningful light flicker in the baby's eye before she broke into a cry. Mother is mother, ah, Grandpapa help me find mother, I want mother. Heavenly frowned. Don't you know your mother's name? Catching the man's sleeve to face him with those tears. Grandpapa, will you help me find mother? The guy sighed even harder at what this meant. He suspects the baby doesn't even know her own mother's name due to how young she was. That leads to a much more difficult task of finding the family members. Then Ling Yen, do you know where your home is? Grandpapa can send you back that way. Shaking her head, Ling Yen continues to cry as she spoke. Ling Yen never left home before, I don't know where my home is. This little one, she really doesn't know. Since it comes to this, Heavenly could only press down the inner doubts and move on. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, I will go ask around if anyone lost their child lately. Now, are you willing to follow me to my home? Making a pouting face as she contemplated the deal, Di Ling Yen slowly nodded. Okay. Grandpapa said that this is the outer domain, so it's really dangerous. It's best if I follow him. Mother will come for me anyways. Staying in the wild is not smart. I'm not like Jean Tian, that dummy. He will probably stay here out of stubbornness. Heavenly Flame and Ling Yen, 3. If Heavenly had only paid a little more closer attention to the way Di Ling Yen spoke and behaved, then he would surely have connected this child to Bai Yan's personality. They're far too similar in certain ways, especially those eyes. To say it's a carbon copy was an understatement. Crouching down to pick the little pipsqueak up, the man didn't think further and walked down the peak with his new charge. Di Ling Yen accepted the kindness despite her initial tantrum. For some reason, she got a very comfortable feeling once her two arms are wrapped around the man's neck as he held her. It's the same type of secure feeling she had when being around her parents and relatives. Monarch Manor. The whole estate exploded into an uproar after their lord and master returned with a baby in tow. To say it's a sensation was no understatement, since none of these people had ever seen their master get close to anyone here, nor have they seen him act so kindly and pleasant to a mere child. It's as if the man had transformed into a whole new person, to the point even his personality had changed with a flick of a finger. Simply said, what happened today went beyond any of their imaginations. When Lady Guya and Senior Gu Lao stepped into the estate later that day to seek an audience, the two were absolutely stunned when they saw the pipsqueak and guy sitting in the front garden eating a vine of grapes together under the sun. Lord, my lady has paid so much to get you back, in the end, you would fancy a kid? Senior Gu Lao's anger finally broke out. Furthermore, the child is probably no older than 2, right? Does your monarchness want to wait a decade or something for her to grow up? But then age doesn't really matter here since you will look the same regardless, so I guess that's not an issue. Imagine having a party being doused with cold water. That's what occurred with Heavenly's face right there. Turning to the old fool, he glares with daggering eyes at the source of that comment. Seeing the man's ready to explode, Lady Guya hurried to intervene before it's too late. Pulling at her subordinate's sleeve to stand back, "Don't speak like that, Senior Gu Lao. The monarch would never do that to a child. How can you even think of Heavenly Flame in that fashion? Are you trying to smear the monarch by saying mere speculations?" "Yes, the child is too young, just thinking of that possibility is giving me the chills." In light of her thoughts, Heavenly's gaze still struck a chord in the lady's heart. That's something she's never seen him like this in his previous life. Even if it's just a 2-year-old, she just couldn't keep herself calm. "When did I need your consent in adopting a child?" Heavenly sneered sarcastically, "This child is well suited with me, that's why I have decided to take her as my adopted granddaughter. From this day forward, she's the young lady of this manor, no one is allowed to disrespect her." Sometimes, blood really was a magical thing. Even if they didn't know they're related, the connection within their blood still draws them together. "Grandpapa, are you trying to advantage of my father?" Di Ling Yen puckers her lips into a disgruntled smooch as she asked. Her big brother said that children should be polite to their elders, that's why she's willing to address him as such. However, if this man wants to use herself to make Di Tsang Call address him as an elder too, then she won't accept the arrangement. Heavenly Flame and Ling Yen, for, of course, what Di Ling Yen doesn't know was that even if Heavenly doesn't take herself as his granddaughter, Di Tsang would still have to call this old grandpapa his father-in-law. "Ling Yen, I won't force you to be granddaughter if you don't wish it, however, I will still treat you as such regardless. From now on you will be the Monarch Manor's young little lady." Despite the indifference from the pipsqueak, Heavenly continues to dote on the baby. How could he ever bear to force the girl? As long as she doesn't want to do anything, then he would never force her. No woman likes hearing their crush favoring another lady. Lady Guya was no difference in the way she tensed up those hands. Forcing her dreadful mood back inside so it doesn't show. "Heavenly, this girl is really cute. It's no wonder you've taken such a strong liking to her." "If it were me, I too would." Slowly walking back to the pipsqueak, the lady crouches down and smiled even deeper. "Little girl, I also like you very much. Can I give you a hug?" Under normal circumstances Di Ling Yen would not refuse others, plus Guya did not show any malice, but she just didn't want to be held by another person today. To show her childish tantrum, the pipsqueak squirms closer into the man's arm to hide. A child's instinct doesn't lie. There's no malice, but there's also no kindness. "No need," said Heavenly, "this girl isn't comfortable with strangers." Lady Guya's smile froze into an icicle. Doesn't like strangers? If she doesn't like strangers, then why would the lass follow the monarch? She's already prepared herself to accept this unknown kid. As long as he likes it, Guya would accept the girl as her own to form a cohesive family. She's already willing to go that far, why won't they accept her gesture? Is there anything else? Heavenly looks up and asked again after realizing he hasn't gotten the reasoning of their visit. Bowing her head to show respect, "I have not seen you for a long time, I was hoping to have a conversation with you since you came back." Faintly furrowing his forehead, Heavenly's gaze fell upon the lady and felt perplexed. "Guya, I know what you want. I am forever grateful that you helped me, I am also willing to use anything to repay you for this debt, but I cannot offer myself, do you understand? In this life, only Bai Ning could stand beside himself. His heart has no room left for any other woman, even if this Guya waited centuries for himself, he could not go against what's inside. That hard and direct refusal hurts. Guya knew being rejected like this wasn't some far-off idea, but to experience it still hurts. I see, she smiles in the saddest fashion she knew how. But I won't give up. Gu Lao, let's take our leave then, we mustn't disturb the monarch's rest. Giving one final glance at the pipsqueak hiding in the love of her life's arm, the lady turns and headed for the exit. Senior Gu Lao resented this. He wanted to defend his lady and fight on her behalf, but what could he do? He's no match for this man who disappointed the lady's feeling. After the two figures left, Di Ling Yen finally loosened her grip to look up at the man with curiosity. Grandpapa, is your name Heavenly? Smiling as he gave the pipsqueak a gentle rub on the head, that name was from a long time ago, now I have a new name, it's Wen Yunfeng. Win over Di Ling Yen, Wen Yunfeng? Ling Yen tilts her head while staring upwards, her face deep in thought. Why does this name sound so familiar, like I heard it somewhere before? Grandpapa, are you really not going to sell me? She asks with watery spring eyes. Just now that auntie wanted to abduct me, I don't want to go with her, she doesn't like Guya, even if it's for no reason. Don't worry, this is my house, no one can take you away unless I allow it. You are safe to wait here for your parents to come pick you up. Heavenly dismissed the complaint and peeled a tangerine to feed it to the pipsqueak. Housekeeper, pass my word down that Ling Yan's status will be the young miss of the household. Anyone who dares to disrespect her will be expelled from the estate. My home does not allow those who doesn't know their place and ignore my command. The overbearing voice stunned the old butler-looking senior that's been attending to the pair on one side. He always thought that the monarch only said those things in order to keep Lady Guya from expecting something. Now it seems the truth was far from that assumption. Respectfully arching his fist, yes, monarch. Go down. Heavenly dismisses the old senior with indifference. In an instant, only the pipsqueak and grandfather remains. Ling Yan, you love to eat so much, if my daughter were to be around then she would surely make some very delicious food for you. I'm sure you will like it too. The image of his own daughter once again resurfaces in the man's mind, causing him to evoke a touching smile of warmth due to how proud he was of her. In this life, the ones he owed the most would be his wife Bai Ning and his daughter Bai Yen. He couldn't be there when his wife gave birth, nor could he watch over that child as she suffered in that Bai house. And now, he couldn't even be there with his family due to all the enemies here in the outer domain. If he were to ever make it back to the mortal world and reunite with them, he must work fast and hard to remove all the obstacles standing in his way lest danger befalls his loved ones. Really? Di Ling Yan's eyes glittered with stars. Is it comparable to my mother's cooking? Heavenly nearly couldn't hold himself together and broke out laughing over that comment. He would of course think Bai Yan's cooking would be better, after all, the lady's his daughter. But for a little baby like this, there's no way he could say it aloud and only kept silent. You will be able to taste her cooking once the opportunity comes. It's just that I don't know when I'll be able to see her again. He shakes his head helplessly. Born with higher intellect, the baby senses the damped mood so she decides to remedy it. Grandpapa's daughter is not around? Win over Di Ling Yan, too. She is not with me because I am afraid danger will befall her, nor am I able to go look for her. After all, there are too many enemies aiming for Grandpa's head. Heavenly sighs heavily. Humph, I think it's just Grandpapa being selfish. If I were your daughter, I would rather be by your side no matter the danger. If my parents are danger, I too will want to be with them to face the foe, and if they leave me behind then Ling Yan will be very angry. Raising her little head, Di Ling Yan puffs up her cheeks to make a very unhappy pout. Sadly, the attempt only made her all the more adorable and cuter. There's good reasoning for the baby to think this way. She had been cheated away by her grandmother before, and although it was for her own safety, she would have preferred to face the danger together than to survive in this world all alone. She doesn't want to survive while everyone dies. Heavenly's finger trembled after hearing those words, causing him to squeeze tighter. Is that so? Before he's still confused on whether he's done the right thing or not by pushing his family away, but now he's starting to doubt his own decision. After all, did he ever ask for their opinion first? The answer would be no, he did not. Suddenly, the guy bursts out laughing, the cheery and happy kind and not the depressed and heavy one he's been showing to those around. I've lived for so many years, and in the end, I had to have a child to remind me what's important. Brushing the child's hair with a faint smile. Ling Yan, Grandpapa is really too selfish here. I never asked for their view on the matter and made the decision on their behalf. Now, even if I want to bring them over, I can't. I can't see them again. They are probably looking all over the world for me. My wife Ninger is so gentle, and my daughter Yan Yan is also a heavy and emotional person. If they know that I am facing off against so many people, then they will surely come to me to resist them. But what did I do? I cowardly told myself it's for their sake and hid away. Now Ninger and Yan Yan must be thinking the same way. Even in the face of life and death, they will want to spend time with me. The seal he set that year not only sealed the other domains, it also forbade himself from returning to the human world after the establishment of this domain. Otherwise, why else would he be so careful about letting his foes know about his family? He's afraid they would target them in the human world where he himself couldn't go. Can't Grandpapa just go see your daughter? Di Ling Yan looks up and bit her finger. It's not that I can't, but to leave means I will have to lift the seal. The people from the other domains will be able to leave as well. By then it will cause endless strife across all the worlds. I don't know if I can resist them on my own by then if they combine their forces. He's regained part of his strength, but without the full power at his wield, confronting everyone at once would be impossible. Di Ling Yan hung her head at that information. If that's the case, then there's really no other way. Ling Yan, I was able to understand a lot of things thanks to you today, and if I could leave the domain on my own somehow without lifting the seal, then I will definitely go meet my wife and daughter. Grandpapa, I believe you'll see them again, I'm sure of it. Di Ling Yan raises her fists to wave it around to show it's possible, which brought another wave of laughter to the man's heart. Win over Di Ling Yan. 3. This hearty laugh spread across the monarch's manor, reaching into the ears of all those who occupied it and those who hadn't quite left the estate yet. Guya tightly pinched her fists at that voice due to the stinging in the heart. She's been with Heavenly for many years, never has she seen him be so happy before. Miss, Senior Gu Lao sounded worried after noticing the drop of tear forming on the lady's eye. You in fact don't need to worry about that baby girl, the monarch won't touch her for at least a decade. She's not a threat to you. Guya didn't feel any better from those consoling attempts. Instead she heavily bit her pale lip and stared behind at the courtyard where the laughter continued to echo out. Angrier in the face than the last, since the senior could tell how pained the lady was, but who could have guessed the baby would be so good at attracting the opposite sex despite being so young. It really begs to wonder the sort of parent she has to be able to teach her such trickery. Gu Lao. Guya's expression got serious and stern. Don't mention such things again, remember that. The girl is only 2 years old, how do you expect her to know what she's doing? The reason she's getting so much attention is because Heavenly dotes on children, that's all, nothing more. So what if she's only 2 years old? Miss, although a baby is a blank white sheet of paper, but that doesn't mean their parents are as innocent. In this world, there are plenty of parents who would incite their child to go after people of high stature. It's not impossible that the girl back inside is here under her parents' instruction. Senior Gu Lao huffs a grunt. Milady is too simple-minded. This child is obviously getting close to the monarch under someone's instruction. Guya did not add to that and kept quiet from there. Even if she does not believe in a 2-year-old child being capable of seduction and foxy ways, but the monarch's love for a child still stung greatly. Miss, the senior suddenly made a neck-slicing gesture. Do you want me to solve the problem? Instead of being elated, Guya's complexion instantly changed for the worse and lashed out with a scold. Gu Lao, no matter what, I am not going to kill a child just because I feel insecure. What if Heavenly finds out? He will sure be very sad afterwards. She just wants him to be with herself. Never did it cross her mind to hurt a child for that. Besides, what can a baby do? Guya doesn't even consider Di Ling Yan as a rival. Senior Gu Lao's frown only deepened. Milady is too soft inside. If it were me, I would have removed them right from the start if they posed even the slightest threat. However, it's also the lady's character that she could stay beside the monarch's side for so long. If it were anyone else, they would have long been swept out the door. Gu Lao. Guya saw the old man didn't recede his murderous thoughts, so she got even harsher in the voice. I said I do not want to move against a baby girl, do you not understand? She is not my opponent. If you move against her and is discovered, I won't be able to save you from the monarch's wrath. The woman here followed the monarch for many years and helped him regain his strength, but that doesn't mean she could do whatever she wants. No one knows the monarch's temper better than her, and if she annoys him, he won't hold back just because of their old relationship. By then, no pleading would save Gu Lao. Hanging his head low as he complied in respectful tone, "Miss, I understand." Win over Di Ling Yan, for understanding was one thing, but he still doesn't want to let anyone take away his lady's man. Since she won't do it, Senior Gu Lao felt determined to do it on her behalf. After all, his life was saved by Guya. This would be his way of returning the debt so she could live a happy life. It's good that you understand. Guya did not see the old senior's flickering eyes, so her heart gradually calmed down. Faintly smiling, "The matter between me and the monarch is between the two of us, you don't need to get involved. I have my own ways of becoming his wife." "Yes, milady." If the lady has such ways, then they would have long been married, why wait until now? So this time, it must be up to me to get rid of the opponent for the miss. To the north of the heavenly domain lies a desert where the scorching sun burned brilliantly while also being poisonous to any creature unfortunate to make this terrain home. As it so happens, Bai Yan was one of the unfortunate creatures to be trekking through this sandy landscape comprised of hilly dunes and scraping pits. Exhausted after walking for so long, she leans in against the dried fibrous body of a dead tree to gain some shade. "Ling Yan should be up ahead if I continue to go straight." Ever since she broke through to the higher level of the celestial rank, she's been able to locate those she knew through their energy signatures. In this case, Bai Yan's using a tracking spell that shoots a beam of light in the general direction of her target as long as she's able to provide a wisp of their life force. Unfortunately, this method does have a flaw, and that was she's unable to discern the distance. In these days, the poor desperate mother's been walking non-stop without a proper rest since her arrival in the outer domains. "Ling Yan, wait for mother, I will be there soon." Murmuring this to push herself, the woman drags that aching body up with sweat dripping down the forehead. Ling Yan is not Xiachen, she's only a 2-year-old at heart and a timid girl at that. She won't be able to handle being by herself for so many days in the wilderness. Even if I don't take a break, I must find her as fast as possible. Compared with the anxiety of the poor woman though, Di Ling Yan on the other hand was enjoying the good life at the Monarch Manor by eating well and sleeping well. Aside from missing Bai Yan, there's nothing the baby lacked. After all, the pipsqueak wholeheartedly believes her mother would come, it's just a matter of when, so she's not worried. Fortunately, because of Heveli's order, none in the manor dared to upset the baby. Compounded by the fact that she has a super sweet mouth, no attendant or maid even thought about hurting Di Ling Yan and grew especially fond of her. Now this troubled those who wished harm on the pipsqueak, of course. Senior Gu Lao's been keeping track of the pipsqueak's every movement. Unless the child comes out of her own volition, the old elder won't have an opportunity to make a move. As for Guya the lady herself, she's been ignoring her subordinate's advice and continued to visit Heavenly's home, all for the sole reason of trying to cuddle up to the baby. Sadly for the hard-working woman, Di Ling Yan refused to meet her and thus squashed the idea. In the end, Guya could only resort to waiting, specifically waiting in the back garden with a basket of pastries. Like the old saying goes, those who put in the effort would always be rewarded. After many days of this fruitless attempts, Guya finally got the opportunity to meet the baby on this sunny afternoon. Lighting up in the eye, she gracefully strode towards the pipsqueak who has come into view. "Is that you, child?" Di Ling Yan also saw who was coming over. Wrinkling her temple at this, she's obviously very unhappy at the interruption. "I don't like her. I finally get to see you, Ling Yan." Guya could barely contain the excitement in those eyes after locking onto that little figure. "You must be hungry. Auntie here prepared some pastries for you, do you want a taste?" First glancing down at the pastry presented before herself with those hands, the pipsqueak slowly forms a frown. Mother does not allow Ling Yan to eat too much sweet food. "I've already eaten my sweets today, so I cannot eat more." Even if she doesn't like Guya for some unknown reason, that doesn't mean she would be rude to her, especially when the other party showed no malice. As such, the girl could only refuse in a polite manner. Moreover, Bai Yan would not let her eat too much sweets. That's not an excuse she made up on the spot. Guya's smile dropped into an icy bowl of awkward air. Quickly calming herself to keep up with that elegant smile, "That is fine, Ling Yan, these pastries are something all children like, it's okay if you eat more. After all, these are Auntie's goodwill. Are you really going to disappoint your auntie here?" "Auntie, why are you insisting on me eating these pastries?" "I already said I don't want to eat them, didn't you hear me?" The pipsqueak got angry and shot a stare back, her cheeks pouting with displeasure at having to repeat herself. Over the years, Ling Yan has been pampered silly by Bai Yan, therefore her temper has never been exactly the best. Normally she would not show this side of herself if the other party avoided provocation, but if they did then this bitch's side would erupt like a volcano. What's more, she's already explicitly refused the offer. What more does this Guya want? Like, does she not understand human words or something? Guya's face went a bit greener at the reprimand, causing the corner of her mouth to twitch slightly. "I didn't mean that. If that's not what you mean, then what do you mean? I have politely refused you, yet you still want me to eat these pastries. Do you want me to get a toothache?" Bulging her eyes into an angry glare, she stabs those tiny little arms into a forking posture against the waist like a madam having a showdown on the streets. Such a bitchy behavior not only didn't harm Ling Yan's image, instead it only made her all the more adorable and lovely. It really goes to show being young has its advantages. Imagine a middle-aged woman pulling this stunt, they would surely be told she's a wild animal that needs to be caged up. "Ling Yan, you misunderstood Auntie here, Guya panicked to explain herself, but watching those angry eyes, the lady choked and couldn't finish those words. "I'm just trying to please her, what am I doing wrong? I called you Auntie because my mother taught me to be polite, but you are aiming at me with alternative intent. I am not like my brother Jean Tian and Auntie Xiao Wan who are both dummies, I won't be deceived." Ling Yan's cheek was still bulging. The very idea of Guya trying to give her a toothache was enough to infuriate this little child. Mainly due to the last time she got a tooth cavity, it hurts. Humph, this person is a bad woman after all, I should have listened to my guts from the very start. Of course, if the situation were to be replaced with Jean Tian, that little glutton, the boy would have snatched the pastries up and toddled away with Guya from the get-go. He might have even helped the woman count the money afterwards from being sold too. "Ling Yan." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the rear and catches their attention. In this moment, Guya's body visibly froze. Looking up, what came into view was the handsome contour of the man of whom she loved, which only made her grow more frantic inside instead of being reassured. "I don't like her, too." When he saw that Ling Yan had not been hurt, the man's worried expression naturally cleared up. This shouldn't have been anything special, however, that following smile was a thorn, poking holes into Guya's heart who stood at the opposite end. "Ling Yan, how can you sneak away alone like that?" Heavenly sternly lectures her despite his gentle gesture of caressing that little head. "Next time you mustn't leave those maids behind, do you understand?" Pouting her little mouth until it's a balloon. "But I don't like having so many people following me around, they won't even let me go to the toilet by myself." The man could only shake his head helplessly after hearing that. "If you don't like too many people following, then I can withdraw some of the maids away. However, you must keep some around." "What about when I'm in the toilet?" "I will let them know to wait at the door, okay?" Crouching down to be at eye level with the young girl, "Grandpa's enemies are many, it's not safe for you to be wandering around alone. What if someone sneaks inside and no one could save you?" "Don't worry, those maids are very powerful, they can protect you for sure." "Thank you, Grandpapa." Throwing herself at the man's leg, she hugs him wholeheartedly while smiling brightly, which instantly brought joy to the old grandfather. "Guya, why are you here?" When Heavenly finally stood back up and looked around, he was immediately alarmed to discover the woman standing across from them. Guya felt especially sad and bitter inside over that question. Am I that insignificant in his eye that he only now noticed me? I can't even be compared to a 2-year-old child. "Monarch, I'm here to see Ling Yan. She's so cute, I like her very much." Guya's gaze then fell upon the little pipsqueak who immediately squirmed away into the man's arm. Wrinkling her little nose, Ling Yan grew especially unhappy at the outreached hand from the lady. "You lie, if you like me then why do you want me to eat those pastries? I refused once already, yet you kept insisting I accept it. Heavenly's handsome face instantly darkened into a grim look as he locked onto the woman, his eyes sharp like a sword. That brought some serious trouble to Guya. She did not expect the pipsqueak to call her out over that exchange, so she got quite white. Stumbling back a few steps, "Monarch, I really did not. I only wanted to offer Ling Yen some snacks. I didn't meant to." "Humph." Ling Yen proudly huffs a grunt. "I told you mother won't let me eat too many sweets. You clearly want me to have a tooth cavity." "Grandpapa, I don't like her. She wants me to get a toothache." In her panic, Guya frantically tried to defend herself some more only to be shut down by that gaze. To say her heart felt a despairing chill was no understatement. "Guya," Heavenly lowered his tone into frosted ice, "Ling Yen is the monarch manor's little young miss. You are to address her as young miss from herein forward. In addition," he pauses for a moment, "Ling Yen doesn't like you, so, you do not need to come to the estate as often anymore." "Ling Yen doesn't like you, so, you do not need to come to the estate as often anymore." This sentence rocked the woman's heart, sending thundering booms across her mind until she's stiff as a rock, those eyes full of disbelief. Because of this little girl's words, he actually refused me entry? What magic does this girl have to make the monarch pamper her like so? "What are you standing around for? Leave." Heavenly's harsh voice echoed across the air, sending another traumatic shock into Guya's head. "I don't like her." 3. Biting her lips in frustration, Guya wanted to stay but relented after seeing there's no room for argument. Turning, she resentfully turned for the exit with tears dripping down those cheeks. "Ling Yen, tell Grandpa here why you don't like Guya. Did she do something to you?" Although he doesn't like Guya all that much either, but the girl's only a baby, it doesn't make that much sense unless there's a reason. Something must have happened and he needs to find out why. Biting her finger, the pipsqueak tilts her head at the man, "Because she doesn't like me either." "If she doesn't like me then why should I like her?" Taken aback, he presses for clarification, "Guya doesn't like you? How are you able to tell?" "Mother said a person's eye doesn't lie." She may be smiling at me with her mouth but her eyes didn't smile, that means she's not genuine. No matter it be my father, mother, my brothers, or those subordinates of theirs, they would all smile at me with their eyes when they see me. Like you Grandpapa, you are also smiling with your eyes when you look at me. Heavenly became lost for words there. He didn't expect this milky tiny little pipsqueak to be so sensitive and aware of those around herself. "Grandpapa, did you not notice it? That auntie is not being honest with me. She doesn't like me like she says, and whenever my big brother wants to scheme against someone, he too would make the same look in that auntie's eye. She's probably planning something. Unfortunately for this auntie, her skill is too weak and failed to scheme against me. She probably can only trick dummy Jean Tian and Auntie Xiao Wan. You." Heavenly suddenly chuckled profusely, "So young and already so intelligent. Just looking at you reminds me of my own grandson. I feel like we must let you meet him one day. You are both so smart, you are bound to get along." "No." Di Ling Yen rejects the idea in a spoiled note, shaking her head stubbornly. "Why?" Heavenly asked curiously. Musing over the question as she bit her nail, "Because Ling Yen is lovely and clever. What if the little brother sees me and wants to abduct me? Father and my brothers will rush over and break his leg if they find out." In saying this, her expression got all serious like she's looking out for this grandfather. Naturally this brought another huge laugh to Heavenly's face. This little girl, she's even as narcissistic as Xiachen when it comes to these things. Oh, the more I look at her the more I like it. "So your father and brothers intend to keep you from mingling with men for the rest of your life?" Nodding, "Yes, they don't allow any of the other big brothers near me." What a joke. Heavenly makes an angry pump of the fist towards the sky like he's outraged. How can they stop you from finding true love? Although you are young now but in the future you will inevitably meet the right man. Do they intend to drive the guy away with a rod or something? This won't do. I'm going to have a word with your father and brothers once they come. They cannot limit your freedom. Now the guy's desire to abduct this child home grew by leaps and bounds. No matter what, I must introduce her to my grandson. They will definitely get along just fine. Also, her father and brothers, they need a proper educating to behave this way. I don't like her, moreover, even if Ling Yan can't go back to her own home, he mustn't let others hinder her happiness. Do they really intend to break apart a pair of love birds or something? Heavenly furrowed his brow as he mused over the problem. Of course, if he had known Di Ling Yan was Bai Yan's daughter, then the guy would never think that way. Instead, he would firmly join in on the camp of Di Tsang and Bai Xiachen, who wants to break the leg of any filthy stinking boy who dares to lay eye on this precious gem of their family. The pipsqueak didn't understand what the grandfather was thinking, so she uttered an honest reply, I will listen to what father and brother tells me. Regardless of what happens in the future, she has the protection of her father and 2 brothers. She doesn't need any other little brother. Ling Yan, you are young still right now, so I won't say much or try to change your mind. However, after you grow old enough and meet the man that you favor, do not cower away and chase after him, otherwise you will regret it. Grandpapa, how do I know if I favor a man? The pipsqueak tilts her head as she asked, is it a person that one likes? If that's the case, I like father and my brothers a lot too. Do they count as men that I favor? Heavenly got all quiet as he contemplated the right words to a baby girl. A man that you favor is a person of the opposite sex that aren't blood related to you. He should make you want to marry him and become one family. Oh, Ling Yan understands then. If I ever meet such a man like that, then I won't give up, I won't regret. The pipsqueak gets all serious in the face. Some years later, the little pipsqueak really did meet the man of her life. As a result, she stubbornly pursued the relationship despite all objections, thus causing Heavenly to cry and weep in tears. Talk about eating his own words, that's the perfect description of what's transpiring. Oh right, Ling Yan, do you remember your parents' name, or where they live? Heavenly suddenly asks while making a troubled expression. I've asked around and could not figure out any family that's missing their child. Smiling brilliantly, no need grandpapa, my mother will come to me soon. Heavenly shot an incredulous look at the lass. And how did you determine that? Because I can feel it, mother will come soon. I'm going to wait here for her, she will come to me soon. Animals have a much higher sense of smell than humans. This only gets magnified when their bloodline are of superior lineage and could become a homing beacon. For Di Ling Yan, she's able to perceive the faint scent of Bai Yan's body despite the demon queen being far far away. Heavenly helplessly shook his head because he didn't believe a single word of it. In his view, the baby must be having illusions due to missing her mother way too much. I'll have the maids come to you later, and you mustn't leave them behind anymore, or I'm afraid some people will take that opportunity to hurt you. I understand, I won't do it anymore. Ling Yan obediently nods her little head. That's good. Rubbing the child's hair before releasing her from his arms, Heavenly felt much better inside knowing he's got that promise. Grandpa has other things to deal with for now, you go play. Also, go ahead and stay away from Guya if you don't feel secure around her. Bai Yan's here, 1, study room. Standing in wait by the time Heavenly arrived at the place was an old senior donning a sleek black scholarly robe. Becoming aware of his liege's entry, the person turns around and arched his fist in compliance. Monarch, I have just received news about an ancient ruin surfacing in the northern reaches of the domain. I believe this ancient ruin is related to the woman you are looking for. A bit startled by the grand news, Heavenly gradually closes his eyes to reminiscence the past in where he sealed off all the domains. The war ended through his efforts, but the price was his demise and death. How did that day go again? Oh right, it was after I died by sacrificing my body. Up in the sky, standing at the very top of the clouds and overwatching the world, there she was, that dazzling and stunning woman. We were all items of humor and amusement for her. Was it worth it? She asked him after their eyes met. Even if I were given another chance, would still use my own body for the peace of this world. Not knowing what came over him, Heavenly answered without thought like he wants to interact with this spirit. Worst of all, as the female soul slowly stepped down from the clouds towards himself, the man clearly felt an unprecedented pressure despite them both being harmless and without means to harm each other. Such a pressure, he's never experienced it before. You're such an interesting person. My soul has been floating around the world for years, and I've never seen anyone as interesting as you. I'm glad my time watching your play isn't wasted. So you've been dead for years? Why haven't you reincarnated yet? I know you're capable of entering the cycle again with your ability. Reincarnation? The woman sneered, those eyes holding the very idea in contempt. I would lose all my powers if I am reborn, meaning I would have to start from scratch again. I'd rather be alone in this world than to be reborn as a fledgling. He got all quiet for a brief minute, but this way you will not experience the joy and sorrow of the world. What meaning is there in such a life if you can't have any of that? Are you not lonely floating here without any company? Even if your next life is an ordinary person, there is at least warmth for you to hold, a far better outcome than your current situation. Moreover, since you are so powerful in this life, you think your next would be ordinary? This time it was the woman herself to get all quiet. Suddenly, she bursts out laughing with her enchanting smile that could bedazzle the darkest shadows of this world. You are right, I am starting to feel the fatigue of wandering around in this spirit form. Heavenly, I'm glad to have met you. It's been a very long time since I met someone as interesting as you. If I do ever reincarnate, maybe we would even become family in the next life, ha ha ha. Just as he was slightly taken aback by that last comment, the woman in red had already come before himself with that arcing smile of flamboyant nature. I have left something special for you in your domain. If you could somehow regain your powers in your next life, consider it my gift as thanks. The past flickered in Heavenly's mind like that of a projector. It's fast and intense, causing the man to go through a roller coaster of a ride in his emotions. In the end, his bitterness and anger turned into a long sigh, which life, a long sigh of regrets and what-ifs mixed in with the important and momentary happiness. Bai Yan's here, too, in that ancient ruin, there should be something she left me. Fifth Elder, you accompany me to the ruins. In addition, let Second Elder take over the job of watching over Ling Yan. Fifth Elder Chiao Ying appears startled at first but quickly recovered enough to nod, yes monarch. After dropping this, the old senior went ahead to make the arrangements for personnels and the order to the Second Elder. Unlike in other places where men held most of the high positions on these elder councils, the Second Elder in Heavenly Manor was in fact a woman. Although she's of several hundred years by this age, the youthful contour of this lady did not escape her grasp, thus leaving her outer appearance quite seductive to the less informed. Similarly for the female gender, cute little girls are easier to be liked. Such would be the reason for Heavenly's choice of picking the Second Elder. When everything was arranged, the grandfather did not say his goodbye to the pipsqueak, instead he left quietly without warning. He's not going far or long anyways. There's no point in giving this info to an inexperienced baby who might decide to throw a tantrum and tag along. By then things really would get heated and troublesome. Perhaps by coincidence or just pure fate, Bai Yan, who's been tracking her daughter's energy signature, soon arrived outside the estate. She's tried, very tired in fact with sweat causing her dress to stick to that fine figure and shiny skin, she's nevertheless as stunning as ever. In fact, her beauty merely shifted to a more mellow form instead of the dominating and strong heroine type she portrayed to the public. Halt! The two standing watchmen at the doorway yelled when they saw the stranger approach their premise. Who are you and why are you here at the monarch's manor? Bai Yan stopped as ordered, but she did not get angry at the holler and instead spoke in respectful tones. Mr. Guards, might I ask if you've seen a missing little girl as of late? Little girl? The watchmen popped their eyes in astonishment. Some time ago their lord and liege did bring a little girl back to the manor, but the story was that she's the young miss of the estate. Now this unknown woman had come asking for details about her. Could it be? The one you're looking for is... One of the watchmen attempts to ask for more details when an unwelcoming voice interrupted their conversation. I believe you're looking in the wrong place. We do not have the person like you described in the monarch manor. Furrowing her brow, Bai Yan turns around to let her gaze fall upon the dainty figure that's coming over. The opposing woman wore a long dress like her own but in the light blue color. Though she's not as dazzling as Bai Yan, this person does have an enchanting air in the way she sways those hips. It could drive any men crazy for her if she simply revealed some more of that skin by loosening the dress somewhat. Once again, the watchmen at the door were stunned. Didn't the monarch bring back a little girl from the outside? Why is Miss Guya claiming we didn't? They wanted to refute the denial and answer honestly, but this was Guya they were going up against. They're nothing but lowly guards at the manor. What good would it do them to get on the bad side of the monarch's benefactor? Nothing, of course. You are? Bai Yan calmly inquires without any warmth. Guya smiled. I am the monarch's people. I'm afraid you are looking in the wrong place. We did not pick up any little girl, so I suggest you look elsewhere. Bai Yan didn't buy this story one bit and shot the lady a strange squint before turning back her sight on the estate. Ling Yan's energy signature is clearly coming from the monarch manor. I did not find the wrong place. Can it be, these people kidnapped my daughter? Her face darkened at the idea, causing that friendly air to transform into a cold hard form as she rushed at the entrance like a charging bull. The two watchmen did not expect this in the slightest at a barging intruder, so they were immediately caught off guard. By the time they wanted to intervene and stop her, it's already too late as they were knocked back by the woman's immense gush of power. Today, I must enter the monarch manor, no one can stop me, scram. Bai Yan's here. 3. This woman, does she really not have the monarch in her eyes or something? How dare she try to break inside? Guya stared in appallment at the dominating voice used by this intruder. Regardless, she has no intention of letting Bai Yan into the estate, nor would she permit her to meet that tiny rascal. Lady, the monarch's home is not a place you can freely enter, plus the one you're looking for isn't inside, so. What she's implying was that she won't be able to get inside even if she does permit her, nor would the outcome end in her favor if she does. Originally the two watchmen were still stunned by the power shown and audacity of what's transpiring, but those words from Guya were like a stimulant and managed to bring them back to reality. Pulling themselves together, they charged at the demon queen to stop her. Scram! In a fit of rage at the hindrance, Bai Yan roars and swung her fist at the two watchmen. Unlike before where it's merely a power shove to cause their steps to stumble, this time the attack was for real. Flying out like bullets at the wall, these poor underlings found themselves crashing to the ground and gasping for air like someone just ripped their lunges out. If not for the demon queen's act of mercy in not killing the two or injuring them severely, they would have died before even hitting hard ground. Mother. It's then when the situation was about to spiral out of control and deteriorate into full-blown war, a small tiny squeaky voice cries out from the inside and stops their fighting. Overjoyed by that face on whom she's been seeking for so long, Bai Yan reactively extended her arms out into a welcoming gesture, thus allowing that soft tiny body to pounce into her embrace. Mother, I knew you would come find me. I've been very good and waited for you. Ah. Am I good? Ling Yan whines and acts all cute by flailing her little legs in the air as she got plucked from the ground. In contrast to the mother and daughter experiencing the joy of each other's company, Guya had on the ugliest expression she's ever made thus far. She did not expect the tiny rascal to come running out on her own, which now ruined her future plans of using the child. Worst of all, this woman really was the baby's mother. Likewise, the two watchmen who are still on the ground were flabbergasted with disbelief in their eyes. They're dismayed, not knowing what to do for a good while. Is the little lady the daughter of this woman? In other words, the one the monarch is looking for is this woman here? Yet they're stupid enough to try to stop her. In an instant, the faces of the two watchmen fell into panic, the likes of which they never knew possible. Out of fear, they turned to Guya anxiously for help. Pity them. The filthy lady could care less about these two underlings when she herself was at a loss. Ling Yan, I've finally found you. Bai Yan reluctantly releases her daughter's body despite wanting to keep her forever in her grasp. These days, she has never had a moment of joy and only felt worry for this and that. Now all of those fears were swept away by the scent of her precious daughter back in her arms. Don't be scared, mother. The pipsqueak felt the tremor, so she immediately puts on an adult face. I've been very good these days. Grandpapa is also very good to me. If I'm not around mother in the future, I can take good care of myself. I'm also a big girl. Casting her eyes down at the pipsqueak, my children are all so outstanding and sensible, I feel so proud. Bai Yan's here. 4. You just said. Grandpapa? Yes, Grandpapa is so good-looking. Ling Yan likes him very much. The pipsqueak carefully leans her head closer so that her voice doesn't get picked up by the others. But I didn't tell anyone about our family mother. I don't know if Grandpapa is father's enemy or not. Am I not very clever? The little pipsqueak's eye radiated the playfulness of a child that seems to have pulled off a prank successfully. There's nothing wrong with her liking Heavenly, but for her, it's more important to keep her parents safe. She won't give anyone the chance to hurt them. Ling Yan is so good. Bai Yan proudly rubs her little head, but now I am here to pick you up. Go gather your things, sweetie, we will say farewell and go home. Ling Yan nodded. Okay, mother, I will go see Grandpapa now. Mother said children need to be polite and well-mannered. Grandpapa took me in, I need to properly say farewell. Just as the pipsqueak was about to turn away, an authoritative woman in green had come out from the estate. Showing a gentle smile at the sight of the child, little young miss, his monarchness is currently out and not around, he's expected to return in a few days. The cheerful smile of the child swiftly disappeared following second elder butterfly's explanation. Pursing those tiny lips into a thin line of frustration, Auntie Butterfly, do you know when Grandpapa is coming back? I'm leaving and want to say goodbye to him. I'm sorry, the monarch did not say exactly when. Butterfly makes a troubled expression before looking up at the demon queen. Lady, you are the little young Mrs. Mother? Our monarch will be back in a few days. Can you wait for him to return first before departing? Bai Yan didn't reply right away. Instead she gazed down at her daughter's figure, who clearly wanted to meet that person before leaving. Ling Yan have always been heavy on her feelings. If she's finding that grandfather to be so important, then he must have been very kind to her, otherwise she wouldn't be so reluctant to leave. Mother, the pipsqueak turns to look up with that pathetically sad gaze. I want to say goodbye to Grandpapa. Meeting that peachy pink face, Bai Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her insistence. Okay, we will leave once he returns. It's my daughter, how can I ever bear to let her down? What's more, we can't leave this place for the time being anyways, so there's no problem in waiting for this monarch to return. Seeing Bai Yan has agreed to stay, second elder butterfly naturally breathed a sigh of relief. She was beginning to worry that the other party would insist on leaving before Heavenly returns. That would definitely make their liege very sad if he returns and the girl goes missing. Miss Guya, how come you are here? It's only then does Butterfly realize there's a third person standing further ahead. Furrowing up her temple, I believe the monarch told you to not get close to the little young miss. How come you are here at the estate? Guya's complexion got a bit whiter as she quickly came up with an excuse. I came to see Heavenly. Heavenly? The name gave Bai Yan an instant flashback to that world behind the bronze gate. Didn't the ancient diary mention Heavenly when she was floating around in the sky as a spirit? The most interesting person she ever met, If I'm not mistaken, this Heavenly should be the same one. In that case, it would do well to meet him before leaving. Someone that's willing to sacrifice their own flesh and body for the sake of the world cannot be some mundane or bad person. Bai Yan's here. 5. If from the beginning she had intended to stay due to Ling Yan's desire, then now Bai Yan was staying out of her own curiosity. Who wouldn't want to meet such a legendary figure, especially when it's somewhat related to her own life? Second elder butterfly did not notice Bai Yan's strange expression and got all impatient with Guya's presence instead. Guya, the monarch is not at the estate, so you better leave first, and, the things you did behind everyone's back, don't think we do not know about it. If not for the fact that we are certain about your loyalty towards the monarch, you believe you could have gotten away with it? Guya's small dainty face immediately lost all color as she clenched those fists into a tight ball. Second elder, I'm sorry for disturbing then, I will return once the monarch is back. After saying this, Guya finally turned away, but not before giving Bai Yan and the pipsqueak one final resentful glance under the scorching sun. As for the two watchmen who suffered the most here despite doing nothing wrong, they wanted to erase their own existence after Butterfly's entry. Fortunately the elder didn't pay them any heed, otherwise who knows what sort of punishment awaited them. Miss, allow me to give my gratitude for willing to stay. We've all been very curious on the sort of person you are to be able to produce such a good and wonderful child like the little young miss. Bai Yan raised an eyebrow at the way they addressed Ling Yan, but decides to not touch on that topic. Your monarch is called Heavenly, is it not? Heavenly is the name of our monarch, yes. Butterfly smiles in a friendly manner to show she means well. There's no reason for her to be hostile after all. Their liege already ordered the little pipsqueak to become the manor's young miss. That meant the child's the most important person aside from the guy himself. Now that the baby's mother has become, it's only normal for her to get friendly and avoid offending the other party. Said Bai Yan as she held the child's hand. I and Ling Yan will be here until he returns then. Do let me know once he does. Please make yourself at home during this period. I will be sure to inform you right away once the monarch does return. Making a welcoming gesture with one hand, Butterfly wishes to lead the way by opening the way. Bai Yan did not say since the other party was so welcoming. Pinching her daughter's cheek, Ling Yan, let's go inside and rest first. These days, she's been anxiously running around and could not rest at all, therefore it's only normal for her to want to relax for some calm. Gu Manor. Guya was in a dreadful mood by the time she returned to her home. Due to this, the lady didn't even notice the old figure who had stood in front of herself until she actually bumped into the person. Tearing up after recognizing who it was, Gu Lao, the old senior immediately picked up on the panic and dread in that voice. Getting dark in the face, the Gramps reached out to know what's wrong since he's always thought of her as his own granddaughter. Is it Heavenly and that lass again? Guya shook her head to try to deny it, but those tears told the other side all they needed to know. It's not Heavenly, he's not at the estate. Bai Yan's here. 6, miss, tell me what is going on, why are you crying? Gu Lao clenched his fist and asked angrily. Raising her tear-covered eyes, bitterness filled the lady's lip as she spoke. Ling Yan's mother came, and that woman, she's the most beautiful person I've ever met. What you mean is, the woman who took advantage of her own daughter's age has come? Gu Lao's eyes flared with anger. I thought she only wanted to use the child's cuteness to make some connection with the monarch manor, to think she's in fact trying to sneak into the monarch's bed instead. What's more, that child's mouth is too sweet, she's bound to help her own mother succeed at this rate. Huffing a grunt at the thought, rest assured miss, I won't let such a disgusting and vile woman get near the monarch, no one can take him away from you. Whoever dares to try, I will kill them. His desire to protect Guya has already reached an irrational level, so it doesn't matter if they are right or wrong, there's no difference in this old senior's mind anymore. Guya's body stiffened as she hung her head in a dejected manner. Gu Lao, Elder Butterfly, she threatened me and said she will let the monarch know of what I did. Threaten you? She thinks she's able to? Gu Lao sneered at the idea. It doesn't matter who it is that came up with the idea, in the end it was you who brought the monarch back, is it not? Naturally the credit goes to you. What right do they have to revoke that achievement? The fact that Butterfly wants to take credit proves she's not looking out for the monarch. I really have to wonder what the monarch is thinking in keeping such a bad person as an elder around. Guya did not refute the logic and merely stayed quiet. She doesn't want to believe otherwise. After all, if it weren't for this opportunity of bringing Heavenly back, never would she have been able to get this close to the monarch. Though the process involves her stealing the idea and credit right under the elders of the manor, but what does it matter? Getting serious in the face, Guya's panic slowly faded away at that thought. Gu Lao, what should I do? I can't let Butterfly reveal this to the monarch. With the status of being the benefactor, Heavenly won't be so tolerant as me anymore. I won't let that happen. Aching in his old heart, the old senior gets firm in his voice. Miss, don't worry, I won't let anyone ruin your happiness even if it costs me my old life. His life was saved by the lady. Even if he dies for that goal, it would merely mean he's giving it back as payment. He's willing. Thank you Gu Lao, I'm much better now. Guya manages to form a smile despite her eyes still being teary red. Fortunately you are here with me. Without you, I will be all alone. You also don't need to go make trouble for Butterfly, she has the protection of the monarch. I'm afraid you will encounter danger. Bai Yan's here. 7. The senior did not answer Guya's words, however, his heart has already made a decision. Gu Lao, I want to go to the monarch manor again. The lady suddenly says as she bit her lip. Miss, the people of the monarch manor have treated you so poorly, why are you insisting on letting them insult you again? Senior Gu Lao frowns with troubled confusion. In his eye, a woman like Guya needs love, while those people would only bring her shame and nothing else. Therefore, he's absolutely reluctant to let her go again. Now that the monarch is no longer at the estate, no one will dare to stop me since I have the status as his benefactor. Before I couldn't get a chance to learn of Ling Yan's mother because of Butterfly's interference. Now I must use the opening to figure out her personality before Heavenly returns. That woman, there is a good chance that she will become my enemy. If I wish to overcome this foe, I must get all the details and information beforehand. Gu Lao didn't like where this was headed and furrowed up his forehead. Despite his internal turmoil about the idea, he didn't object to the request since he knows any persuasion would be futile. The Monarch Manor. Inside the peaceful courtyard where the mother and daughter sat quietly on the pavilion, Bai Yan gently caresses the pipsqueak's hair, which drew a very relaxed and lovely face from the child. Mother, let me tell you something, you mustn't get angry afterwards, okay? What's the matter? That is, Ling Yan wiggles her body like a troubled maiden. Grandpapa wants to let his grandson meet me, but Big Brother said I mustn't get close to any men. If the time comes that Grandpapa brings his grandson, you must help me explain to them why and not because I am not willing. That brought a raised eyebrow to the Demon Queen. Definitely, the mother wanted to press for more details but kept it in to let the baby continue. So, the pipsqueak raises her head then to meet Bai Yan's. Can you make Big Brother and Father not break their leg? The men in the family only listens to Mother. If Mother opens her mouth then they will definitely listen. A smirking grin finally filled the Demon Queen's face, and why is that? Because Grandpapa is not a bad man, therefore his grandson is certainly not a bad man either. The mind of a child remains relatively simple, even if they are clever like Di Ling Yan's, they are still confined to the boundaries of their age and couldn't go behind the first step in their thought patterns. As long as they don't hurt you, sweetie, anything is fine with me. Besides, your father and brothers won't just hurt anyone randomly, you don't need to fret about that point. Chuckling, Bai Yan pulls her daughter into a hearty hug due to how silly her woes are. It's just that. Now that they're speaking about that troublesome pair of boys, Bai Yan's heart was starting to miss them a little. But if they are to leave this domain, the only option would likely lie with Heavenly Flame himself. Only he could help them leave this place since he's the one who created the world in the first place. Flashing with brightness in those little eyes, the pipsqueak gets all hopeful. Really? How come Ling Yan feel like they won't let anyone get close to me? It's like they don't care if they are coming with malicious intent or not either. Bai Yan's here, 8, narrowing in her eyes, a sneer filled Bai Yan's mouth. My daughter's happiness cannot be dictated by anyone, even if that is Diet Song and Shachen, no one can. The pipsqueak didn't quite get why her mother would react so strongly, thus leaving all bewildered and confused. What does this have to do with my happiness? My happiness is to be with everyone for the rest of my life. Mother, as long as I have father, big brother, second brother and auntie, then that is my greatest happiness. That said, the pipsqueak snuggles up into the woman's arm, her smile big and bright like the dazzling sun. You are still small, so you will understand what I mean later. In any case, your mother, I will always be on your side. Regarding the Demon Queen's statement here, it's undoubtedly different from Heavenly's. The clueless Gramps only said similar words because he wanted to abduct this adorable baby girl home with him to meet his grandson. Meanwhile, Bai Yan said all of this from the deepest part of her heart in the sincerest form. Bai Yan abruptly swings her head around then when she suddenly sensed a third person coming over. Under the blistering sun, an elegant Guya wearing a light blue dress slowly strode over, her hips swaying hypnotically as if to tell the world that you mustn't ignore me lest you're blind. Towards this display, the Demon Queen undoubtedly found it displeasuring since it reminded her of some unpleasant memories in the human world. Plus, what this woman did when she first arrived outside the Monarch Manor didn't go unnoticed. What reason left does Bai Yan have to like or favor this individual? Mother, I don't like her. The little pipsqueak squirms closer into her mother's arm. I always feel like she's scheming against me like some big bad wolf trying to abduct a white rabbit. Chuckling at her daughter's perception and description, Bai Yan reassures the child with her soft mellow voice. But you are not a little white rabbit, silly. You're a fox. Want to abduct my Ling Yan? It won't be so easy. Lady, Guya directly walks up to Bai Yan's presence without a care despite the cold reception. I did not know you were Ling Yan's mother earlier. I only thought the child is the monarch's granddaughter. That comment immediately brought a puckered Li. To the child, Grandpapa had been looking everywhere for my mother. Everyone in the manor already knows about it. Guya's facade crumbled a bit after being called out. However, her thick skin prevailed and the woman quickly recovered. That is because I am not living in the manor. I wouldn't have known that detail. Do not misunderstand me, Ling Yan. If I had known she's your mother, then I would never have stopped her from coming inside. Furthermore, it wouldn't have mattered if I intervened or not. The threshold for outsiders to come inside the monarch manor is no small feat. Not just anyone can come inside, you know. Simply said, she's implying Bai Yan didn't have the qualifications to enter even if she didn't intervene with that lie. For Guya, she could force herself to like the pipsqueak for heavenly flame's sake. But for Bai Yan, who came out of nowhere, she only had disgust for the demon queen. Liar. Ling Yan huffs a grunt and proudly cocked her chin at the other side. Mother, I don't like to see this liar. Can we go back inside and nap? Guya's face changed completely, causing her breath to stutter at how rude she's being treated. If not for her years of training in keeping her manners, the woman would have long lost it. Ling Yan, you misunderstood me. I really do like you. I'm only looking out for you since I'm afraid someone might use you to their advantage. The little pipsqueak devil, one. Bai Yan didn't react to that last statement and instead brought the tiny body back into her fold in case the other side does anything unexpected. So you really like me? Di Ling Yan asks with skepticism. Evoking an arcing smile at being responded, that's right, I really like you. This includes the monarch as well. I merely don't want you to be used by others, even if this other is your own mother. Is that so? The pipsqueak attaches herself onto Bai Yan's breast with that head. If you really like me, then can you not appear before me? Guya fell into a stupor there, unable to process why the conversation took such a sudden turn. I don't like you. Seeing you puts me in a bad mood. If you really like me like you claim, then you will do as I request. That said, the pipsqueak jumps out of that bosom and spoke in a very cutesy manner. Like Grandpapa already said, he doesn't like you, so why do you keep hanging around us? Don't you know your behavior is very annoying? Guya's face suddenly went white, causing those red lips to purse into a thin thing that looked all pitiful and sad. Ling Yan, I'm just, mother. The pipsqueak throws herself back into Bai Yan's bosom and snuffed that little head into those breasts to not give the other side a chance. This baddie wants to put a rift between our relationship. If mother does need Ling Yan's help, then I would be so happy if that's the case. That's a given. Who wouldn't want to help their own mother that's given so much care since she was born? From education to diaper changing, Bai Yan has done it all in the mountain. Not many families would have to go through what they experienced in this life, therefore the bonds they share are beyond strong. My Ling Yan is so good, mother is happy to have a sweet daughter like you. Sugar to her ears, Bai Yan makes a grin right from the heart as she rubbed that head. Don't worry, sweetie, I will be sure to ask if mother ever needs the help. Really? Di Ling Yan's eyes lit up, her iris sparkling with starry light. Ling Yan is not as strong as Big Brother, but I will do my best if mother ever asks. Bai Yan did not say more to her daughter after that. Turning to meet the unwelcome individual, the demon queen's tenderness recedes in that moment and showed nothing but a frosted chill. Against this open display of hostility, Guya instinctively stumbled backwards at the intensity of that gaze. Clenching her lips, she resentfully snickered a disdainful snarl at the provocation. Of course, that's all kept inside beneath that elegant mask of hers. Never would she show her true self. If only I can hook up with the monarch, I will definitely give him a child far better than this one. They will be sensible and kind, the polar opposite of this rude brat. Furthermore, I will never use my own baby as leverage in a scheme. I will only think about their happiness. That's how a mother should behave. Ling Yan, I'm only wanted to help. Now it seems my goodwill is unwarranted. Guya puts on a bittersweet smile. I hope you will not regret your decision in the future. Giving a final glance at the pipsqueak, she decisively turns away without looking back. The little pipsqueak devil, too, wait. Before she could make it far, a cold and harsh voice from the rear had caused the departing lady to halt. What else do you want from me? She frowns and asked after seeing Bai Yan had already left the pavilion and coming over to her location. Stopping right before the conceited lady, the demon queen raises a smirk with those overbearing eyes. You've been making trouble for my daughter during my absence? She had wanted to settle the debt with this Guya before, but the joy of reuniting with her daughter overshadowed the grudge. Now that the person herself came knocking of her own accord, why shouldn't she finish the job then? The elegant smile on Guya's face had long since disappeared, replaced by an eerie calm of indifference. I never made trouble for her, on the contrary, I like her very much instead. Rather it's you, miss. Why did you send a young child to our monarch's side? What is your purpose in using your own daughter? Hearing this story, Bai Yan couldn't help but cock an eyebrow at her logic. Folding those arms, she now wants to hear more to get a sense of what this person was like inside. Making a sarcastic sneer before continuing, she is only 2 years old, an age where she's pure and innocent, so she won't understand the concept of right or wrong. You've taught her all the wrong things. Ask yourself, do you believe yourself to be a suitable role model as a mother? This lady spoke from the grounds of superiority, moral high ground, dismissing any chance of herself being wrong. Worst of all, she already broke her own sense of justice by stealing the credit from the elders in using their idea of reviving Heavenly. In a sense, she's a genuine hypocrite. Oh. Wanting to laugh at the accusation, Bai Yan forms a big wide grin. So you're saying you can be a better mother than I am? Guya promptly shot her sight upon the pipsqueak. If not for Heavenly's doting attitude towards this child, I might like her too with such a cute appearance. Pity though, her personality is too crooked thanks to this scheming woman here. She cannot be saved anymore after such a poor education. Assuming if she were my daughter, I would properly educate her in the proper path. I will let her know what is right or wrong, let her know what she can't and can do. That pompous statement only made Bai Yan want to roll her eyes instead of getting angry. In fact, the demon queen's ready to throw up at how grossed out she felt inside at the logic with this person. So, to remedy that grossness, she directly sends a twirling kick into the other side's chest to get her opinion across. Guya naturally didn't expect this sudden kick from out of the blue. Why would she? They were inside the monarch's home, who would dare attack someone here? As a result, she got slammed into the wall behind her back in a loud bang. My daughter does not need an impure-minded individual to lecture them. Retracting her outstretched leg, Bai Yan stares down at the coughing Guya with threatening intent. You kept mouthing off about my daughter trying to get close to Heavenly with intent. Now I want to know, what is your intent on getting close to my daughter, Based on the details she got from Di Ling Yen thus far, Bai Yan was certain this Guya had some sort of motive in using her precious daughter. Perhaps a stepping stone, or an offering to the owner of this estate. Regardless of the process, this person has one final goal in mind, and that was to become Heavenly Flame's wife. I'm not like you. Guya pulls herself up after much struggle, that face a tinge of green and white. I really love Heavenly. I love him with my all, that's why I will also love Ling Yen, because he likes her too. Meanwhile first you planted your daughter here, and now you're trying to use your daughter's connection to climb into the monarch's bed. Am I not correct? The little pipsqueak devil, 3, crossing her arms around the chest, Bai Yan forms a playful smirk. I will tell Heavenly everything that you said. From the love that you have for him, to the thoughts you have about us, I will list it in full detail, so don't you fret. Guya's face changed slightly after that threat. The reason why she has been able to accompany Heavenly was because she's elegant and polite, never causing the man to feel disgust towards herself. If Bai Yan does reveal what she said, then perhaps she wouldn't be able to stay beside Heavenly anymore. That's something this conceited woman could never confront. Miss, Guya took a deep breath before speaking after suppressing that anger. Why are you inviting a snub on yourself? After all, I've been keeping the monarch company for years by this point. Let's say he does believe your story, what then? You expect him to punish me or something? All it would do is make you appear petty and expose your true face. Is that so? Bai Yan lazily leans in against the tree next to herself, those eyes reflecting a strong dismissive light. Then I would really like to know if this Heavenly is really that foolish. Almost immediately, Guya's complexion darkened tremendously after that last comment. If at first she just didn't like the demon queen, then now she's at the point of disgust. In her mind, Heavenly was the greatest hero in all the worlds. She won't tolerate any of such insults. In that case, don't blame me for not warning you. Guya finally turned around after leaving that statement. However, the person behind her back had other ideas in mind when the voice came again. It's you who came to make trouble for me, and now the one who wants to leave is you. When did I become such a pushover? Pulling herself off from the tree, Baiyan's menacing grin gave off an incredible sense of tension in the air. Guya realized she's been careless now. Wanting to make some more excuse on her part, the lady didn't get to react in time before getting punched into the chest again with massive force that sent her flying into the sky and disappearing across the horizon. Just like that, the pest was gone, with peace returning to this garden. Sweetie, let's go back inside. Bai Yan slowly picks up her daughter after venting some of her annoyance. We can take a nap together. Gu Manor. Senior Gu Lao was just in the middle of taking a stroll through the courtyard when he suddenly noticed a shadow covering his line of sight from above. Looking up at this oddity, the old Gramps became absolutely shocked at the figure crashing down at himself. Dodging at the last split second, Gu Lao somehow manages to sidestep the misfortune. However, as soon as he got a better look at who this strange projectile was, his flicker of cheekiness at dodging deflated and evolved into a burning rage. Miss, who hurt you? He quickly reached out to help the lady up. In light of the pain, Guya didn't suffer any serious injuries, with mostly the pain being the major factor. She's having trouble breathing but would recover. Ji Song, 1, I'm fine Gu Lao. She smiled bitterly after getting pulled up, her eyes filled with sorrow. I reaped these injuries upon myself. Isn't it? I only didn't want that woman to use Ling Yan for her own schemes in the name of being the child's mother. Who could have guessed such a shameless person would openly attack me without fear of retribution? It's that woman who's responsible. Gu Lao flared with resentment, his eyes poisonous like a snake. Guya bites her lip. I'll fix this on my own Gu Lao, you don't have to step in. Miss, even at a time like this you still refuse to let me get involved? Gu Lao angrily roars, those people have already stomped on your head, how can you bear with it? I really don't know what you are afraid of, milady. No one will know or threaten you again if I simply remove them from the picture. Guya hung her head even more. Gu Lao, it's not like you don't know the monarch's personality. I do not want you to die for me, this matter must be solved using other means. Don't worry, I will find a way, trust in my ability. Having said that, the injured woman pulls herself forward at the exit, that figure unstable and frail from the rear. Murdering has never been Guya's way of dealing with obstacles. In the past she used her wits to overcome the hurdles, and into the future she would continue to do the same. That's how she's been able to stay by Heavenly's side for so long while others were eventually dismissed due to their tainted ways. In the backyard of the Monarch Manor, Di Ling Yen was bored and dragging her little feet through the stream when she overheard a voice from the back. You, who are you? Turning around out of curiosity, Di Ling Yen quickly landed her sight upon a palish little girl who's around 5 to 6 years old standing under the moonlight. Though the other child had a delicate contour that would be considered a beauty in the making, but that morbid complexion ruined all of her gift in making her appear weak and sickly. Who are you? Di Ling Yen returns the same question, her eyes shining with glee. I have been here for a few days already, why haven't I met you before, sister? The little girl blushed for no reason and timidly answered, my grandfather usually won't let me out of my room because I can't take the sunlight, that's why I snuck out tonight. But I know pretty much everyone in the Monarch Manor, how come I never seen you before? Well, that's simple, I only came here a few days ago at the invitation of Grandpapa. My name is Di Ling Yen, who's your grandfather? Maybe it's the big smile of the pipsqueak, or it's the kindness shown in that voice, but the morbid-looking girl actually fell into a trance for a moment. Pursing her lip, my grandfather is the first elder of the Monarch Manor, his name is Ji Sky. I'm his granddaughter Ji Song. Ji Sky? Ji Song? The pipsqueak fell into a state of shock. The name, why is it so weird? Sister, are you not well? My mother is a master alchemist, she can definitely help by examining you. Di Ling Yen blinks her well-behaving eyes and pulled at Song's hand like they're already good friends. Song shook her head, my grandfather is a master alchemist as well, but even he is helpless against my condition. There's no way to help. Sister, can you come with me anyways? Di Ling Yen pleads without giving up, you are grandpapa's people. I want to repay him for helping me, I'm sure my mother can do something. Maybe she will find a way, please. Perhaps it's the clean light in those eyes, but Ji Song's heart didn't have the will to reject the request. Nodding in an almost daze-like fashion, this morbid girl doesn't struggle and gets dragged away despite being the older child. Ji Song, too, sister, Di Ling Yen couldn't control her happiness as they strode through the winding corridors. Mother said children should be children. I always want to smile because that will make everyone else happy too, why don't you smile too? Smile? Song hung her own head dejectedly. Ever since her parents died in the last civil strife of the heavenly domain, this poor child has never known what it meant to be happy or to smile. That's why laughter was something akin to a far-off emotion. Sister, the pipsqueak suddenly slows down to meet Song's eyes. Can you smile for me, please? Ji Song gently pursed her lips, unsure what to do aside from giving it a try. Unfortunately, her effort ended up looking forced and awkward. Even so, that's enough to satiate the pipsqueak's demand apparently. Sister's smile is very beautiful, Di Ling Yen cheers with arms waving up into the air, I like it so much. Looking surprised by the praise of her own smile, Song sounded unsure, are you not afraid of me being a bad person? Of course not, your eyes are clean so I'm not afraid. Di Ling Yen doesn't even need to think and instantly replied with her reasoning. But before the pipsqueak could say more, she noticed the important person they'd been looking for, Mother. Without hesitation, she led Song over in a dash and threw herself into those welcoming arms, that little head buried in the woman's body. Looking at such a harmonious scene, Ji Song showed envy in her eyes since she's never experienced maternal love. After their small reunion, Bai Yen gently caresses her own daughter's hair before looking over to the extra child present. In a flash, the demon queen's gaze narrowed into a slit due to what she discovered. Di Ling Yen naturally didn't notice the strangeness in her own mother's behavior. Mother, the big sister over there is sick, can you help treat her? Raising an arcing smile at the request, sweetie, you go play by yourself first, Mother here will give your friend there a diagnosis. Okay. Giggling with delight, the pipsqueak jumps off of those arms and ran back over to her newfound friend's side. Sister, you can be assured, my mother will definitely find a treatment for you. Once you do, we can both go play in the sun. That said, the pipsqueak went ahead to give the other side a big hearty hug as a mean to cheer her on before running off. Originally Song's heart felt very nervous at having someone diagnose herself, but that jiggling voice of Di Ling Yan's vocal cords seems to have some sort of magic in there. Without know why, she felt at peace and got a boost of courage as well. Mrs. D. She timidly addresses Bai Yen after they are left alone. The child doesn't know the demon queen's real name, so calling her Mrs. D wasn't wrong since the pipsqueak's surname was indeed D. Your illness, I can cure it. Bai Yen lays down the bomb with that faint smile of hers. Though it's a small matter in the woman's view, this news rocked the sick girl to the core due to the amount of hope it carried. She said, my illness, can be cured? Clenching that weak little hand, Song trembled all over due to the surging emotion coming out from within. She's long suppressed her desire for a better life, and now the path was laid before herself with the chance for more. Bai Yen knew her words were going to need a moment to settle down, so she waited before continuing, I'll save you, but on one condition. From excitement came nervousness for Song following that next sentence. Forcing her unstable heart to slow down so she could think properly, that is? I want you to follow my daughter from then on afterwards. That brought a brief period of silence to the courtyard due to the hesitation swirling inside the child's brain. Gritting her teeth after coming to a decision, can you really cure me? Ji Song, 3, Bai Yen lazily stretches her body before leaning in against the chair behind herself. I got 80% certainty of curing your condition. If I do, you will stay by Ling Yan's side. Of course, if I fail then this condition naturally absolves and you are free to do as you please. Pausing to meet the child's uneasy gaze, and, the 80% is based upon the missing ingredient under my possession. I lack 2 important key material. If you can secure the 2 items for me, then it's 100% certainty. In other words, she does not have full hope because the demon queen doesn't know if she could find the last 2 items for the medicine. Otherwise, there's not an ounce of risk or problem with the method. Ji Song remains uncertain. Mrs. D, do you know what caused my body to behave this way? Poison, a very serious and lethal poison at that. As for your pale complexion, that's to do with your lack of interaction with the sun, causing your skin to look ghostly white. I'm sure you've heard of it from others. The sun will increase the severity of the toxin in your body and reduce your lifespan. That's why you've been kept in the dark and became this unhealthy state. Bai Yan casually states the details down. Ji Song's uncertainty gradually faded after the woman hits a bullseye. It's exactly as you say, Mrs. D. Several years ago the Monarch Manor suffered a huge unrest by the rebels in the domain. As a result, my parents died in the final battle. My grandfather too. He was in the middle of making a breakthrough at the time and had to abort his attempt in order to save me. If not for grandfather, I would have died back then as well. On that occasion, the losses suffered by the Monarch Manor was immense. Not only did the child's grandfather lost the rare opportunity to make a breakthrough into a divine lord and become a monarch in his own right, he's now stuck at his current level and wouldn't know when the next opportunity would come around. And then there's the elders who followed heavenly from the beginning. They've all died during that unrest. If not for the surviving senior himself recreating the Elder Council, this entire place would have fallen into ruins already. It's also the reason for them in coming up with the idea of bringing Heavenly back. Their forces were drastically weakened and required their lieges return lest the other domains invade. As for Ji Song herself, she survived but not before being poisoned by a toxin called Soul Bane. Like the name implies, this vile concoction slowly devours the host's soul if she ever comes into contact with the sun. The more sunlight she takes in, the faster she dies. Without a cure, the grandfather of the child could only lock her up inside a dark room in order to keep her alive. As long as I can find a soul fruit and a phoenix feather, then I can save you. However, the feather must be from a phoenix above the demi-divine lord. Demi-divine lords are rare to begin with, let alone a phoenix that strong. Even in the demon realm, there's only a few who even qualifies for that standard, not to mention a specific species. Then there's the soul fruit. Not only does the fruit grows in extreme cold terrain, it's a plant that bears fruit once in a millennium. Assuming the timing was right and you could live to that specific time period, the fruit's aroma would draw in droves of wild animals to its spot for feeding. Ji Song wanted to say something then despite the hurdle, but her voice was cut off by a frantic sound from the side in that moment. Miss Song, I've finally found you. A maid ran over breathlessly, gasping for air with an anxious face. How can you run around without telling anyone? What if something happens to you, milady? If you do, then your grandfather will beat the lowly eye to death. Whatever Song wanted to say then evaporated at the sight of her personal maid. Pursing those lips, she looks troubled and tied. The cure, 1, just think of that dark cold room where light could not reach. Song's body would stiffen a little and cause a sad mood to hover above the head. Mrs. D. The maid quickly greeted Bai Yan after seeing who was also present. You take her back, Bai Yan mildly says. Ji Song, think about what I said before. If you can get the soul fruit and phoenix feather, then come to me. Song nodded without adding anything more and left with the maid. But before long, the two were met with a frantic old man running over from the front. Grandfather, Song's voice was crisp and soft at the sight of that silver-haired senior. Why are you running around again? Ji Sky smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, right as he wanted to scold his granddaughter some more, he immediately thought of the sort of life she's experienced over the years and deflated. Making a guilty expression on her little face, Grandfather, I'm sorry for making you worry, I'm sorry, just don't run around alone anymore, wait for Grandfather to find a way to cure your body first, by then you can go anywhere you like. Put up with this for now, okay, Ji Sky sighed helplessly as he caressed the child's head. This girl is only 5 years old. But she's been suffering since birth, and now I can't even let her see the sun, otherwise the poison will spread even faster. I'm such a failure as a father and grandfather. If it wasn't for me insisting on making a breakthrough that year, those enemies would never dare to attack, and my son and daughter-in-law wouldn't have died either. This suffering never should have fallen on a child this young. Grandfather, do you have a feather from a demi-divine Lord Phoenix? And do you have something called a soul fruit? Ji Song grasped onto that doting old hand and asked with hopeful eyes. What are you asking those for? I want those things, grandfather, will you help me find them? Over the years, because of guilt, this old grandfather would basically give anything this child asks for. That's why she would make this request so suddenly and without any preparation. Phoenix feather. I do, it's a memento I got from a phoenix that I saved in the past. The phoenix said I can use it to ask for a favor if I ever need it. When speaking of the past, a sorrowful tone could clearly be felt in the old senior's tongue. Not picking up on her elder's mood, Song jumped with glee instead. So what happened to the phoenix? It's dead, it died during one of the wars between the domains. I was still young back then, so I had a strong impression. That's why he kept the feather as a memento and unwilling to throw it away. But since his granddaughter wants it, he's of course going to give her. In fact, he would even pluck the stars or moon out of the sky if the child asked for it. That's how much he cares for this granddaughter. Sparkling with light in the eyes after confirming the first item, then do you have a soul fruit? Grandfather, I want a soul fruit too. This, G Sky frowned since it would be a waste to ruin such a precious fruit. However, he couldn't bear to disappoint that rare glowing face on his granddaughter. Song, I will have my men go look for the soul fruit, alright? I'm sure the domain will have one somewhere. The cure, too, okay. Song's mouth twitched awkwardly in her attempt to smile. Sadly, the child's never been one to show happiness, so it only appeared weird and forced. But not everyone would find this to be bad. For G Sky, the senior elder of this manor, he's absolutely overjoyed at the sight. Song, you, grandfather, I'm going to go back for rest. When you find the fruit and feather, bring it to me right away, okay? That said, the awkward smile promptly disappeared from her face before turning away with the maid in tow. Gazing at the small figure moving further and further away, G Sky also retracts his gaze and mused over the interaction. Someone come and pass on my order, go scour the domain for a soul fruit. I'm willing to offer whoever has it a single request from me as the price for the exchange. This promise will always stand as long as it's within my means. The attendants who followed him knew how much the elder doted on the grandchild, so it came as no surprise. Cusping their fist, the bunch quickly dispersed to carry out the command of declaring the quest. Heavenly domain, atop of a mountain in the far north. Fourth elder, are you sure this is the place? Staring into the distance with those piercing eyes, Heavenly asks the old man next to himself. I'm certain, monarch, there's no mistake. Fourth elder replies. Alright, we're going in right away to cut down the time here. For some unknown reason, Heavenly simply doesn't want to waste time in this place because he's feeling unsettled inside. Ling Yen, what if something happens to that little child when I'm not around? Meanwhile, at the same time, Guya had just finished listening to the report from her spies inside the manor. Standing up with shock in her eyes, you mean First Elder is looking for a soul fruit everywhere? What does he want with that item? A soul fruit had no great use for humans, but it's a great enhancing product for demonic beasts to increase their toughness and spiritual strength. Miss, it said that Ms. Song wants the fruit for herself, that's why First Elder is searching for it everywhere. If we find the soul fruit and offer it. The spy carefully gazes upward at his mistress for signs of what to say. Ji Song. How I envy her. She has such a power and influential grandfather that loves her so dearly. Meanwhile, I have no family left aside from Gulao keeping me company. Where is Gulao now? Guya thinly presses her lips and asked. Milady, Senior Gulao has gone out earlier today. He hasn't returned yet, nor do we know his whereabout. Out? Guya got quiet without any indication of what's going through her mind. I understand, you can go back down first. When Gulao comes back, tell him to come see me immediately. And here I was thinking about on how to get that woman out of Monarch Manor, to think the opportunity would come so quickly. The cure, 3, no matter what happens, I won't let such a misbehaving woman stay in the monarch's home. I won't allow any threaten myself and my status as the next mistress. As the moon fell over the West Mountains, Gu Lao's white robe finally reappears in the Gu Manor. Gu Lao, where have you been? Guya couldn't help but raise a smile at the only person whom she considers a family member. However, instead of greeting the lady with a smile of his own, the old senior instead flashed a flicker of panic in the bottom of those old eyes. Naturally, this behavior wouldn't escape the lady who's known this Gramps for so long. Immediately, a sinking feeling gripped Guya's heart. "Milady," Gu Lao clears his throat with a dry laugh to hide his inner guilt. "Gu Lao, we have been together for so many years, you believe I wouldn't notice? I told you, I have other ways to get rid of them, you don't have to take the risk, understand?" Guya angrily reprimands him. Truth was, she's not worried about Bai Yan or Di Ling Yan's safety at all. After all, those two has nothing to do with herself. It's the danger of carrying about such a mission. Without doubt, Heavenly was bound to find out the truth eventually. By then, not even she could save Gu Lao from the man's wrath. Gu Lao's mood hit rock bottom. Musing for a moment, he faces the lady as he spoke with a strong determination. "Miss, to me, you're no different than my own granddaughter, and I would do anything to remove the threat for you." Guya's body stiffened while her clenched fist loosened. In that moment, she felt helplessly weak. "Gu Lao, I know you are doing it for my sake, but I know there are other ways to drive that woman out. We only need to unite with First Elder to do that." Frowning in his old face, "First Elder? How can that old guy help us? He's stubborn and a one-sided rock, how can we get him to listen?" Ji Sky was known to be upright and loyal to the monarch. Unless the matter threatens Heavenly himself, it's absolutely impossible to make that old fella to move on their behalf. Guya smiled with her teeth showing at the reasonable doubt from her elder. "Did you forget he has a weakness? We can use Ji Song for our goals. According to the spies we have inside the manor, the First Elder is currently searching everywhere for a soul fruit at the bequest of that sickly lass. As it so happens, I happen to have one in my possession. Once I hand it over, he will answer one of my requests." Gu Lao almost gasped at the news. Going quiet for a brief moment, his old voice sounded hoarse and excited. "Then I won't move against those two as you wish, milady. But if this plan fails, I will make sure that pair pay for getting in your way. No one can take what's yours away." This would be the last concession. If the plan blunders like before, he would begin his plot of murdering those two. That's his desire and conviction. For some reason, Guya did not object to the last bit from the old senior despite her constant preaching of not using murder to get her ways. Perhaps it's impatient at the repeated failure? Or perhaps she's just that confident? Regardless, one thing's certain, she's afraid of Bai Yan meeting Heavenly in person. The woman here knows herself better than anyone, her charms are nowhere up to par of the Demon Queen. Inside the Monarch Manor, Elder Council's residence. Ji Sky sat quietly on his master chair with a face that could strangle those beneath himself. "These useless things, it's already been several days, why haven't they found the soul fruit yet? If this causes my granddaughter to be unhappy, then they can't blame me for taking drastic measures." The cure, for, underneath, the guards shuddered nervously with their heads hanging down. They're afraid of drawing the ire of this senior, for they know how precious Ji Song was to the First Elder. "Elder Sky, Miss Guya is seeking an audience, she claims to have a soul fruit." It's then a frantic maid charged into the hall to report this and broke the oppressive mood. "Seriously?" Ji Sky flew up from his chair and ran over to grasp the maid's shoulder. "Hurry and let her in." "Yes." The maid retreated and returned in mere moments with the lady in blue. "Miss Guya, do you really have the soul fruit?" He bluntly asks this due to his mind being occupied with his granddaughter's awkward smile. Smiling on the face, there's a peculiar flavor in the way Guya swayed herself before the senior. "Of course, Elder Sky, I would never deceive you. I'll let you be the judge by seeing it for yourself." After the exchange, she waved her sleeve and summoned a red container from the storage ring and hands it to the nearest maid. Receiving the box in the most careful manner, his motion looked like someone holding a precious treasure. "It's really the soul fruit, someone sent this to my granddaughter along with the phoenix feather." He only needs a glance after opening the lid to ascertain its authenticity, so he's very happy right now, which instantly causes his voice to lighten up into a very friendly fashion. Miss Guya, you've done me a great favor, now tell me what you wish. If it's within my means, then I will grant it with all my power. Guya pursed her lips and slightly lowered her eyes. Then, Elder Sky, there's something I want to say, but it's difficult. Difficult? G. Sky chuckled at that word and made an amused glance at the lady. Miss Guya, if you are hoping I can help you pair with the monarch, then I'm sorry, that is beyond my means. No one in the monarch manor is capable of dictating his marriage. No, that's not it. Guya immediately forms a bitter face. Elder Sky, I know all of you are still wary and suspicious of me because of me eavesdropping on your conversations about bring the monarch back. Unfazed by that remark, the senior continues to make a warm face. My words are my oath. It doesn't matter who you are, you only need to make your request. You're misunderstanding my meaning, Elder. I mean, even if I like Heavenly, I would never try to force him, nor do anything to hurt him. That day I was too anxious and didn't think about my actions. I only hope you and the other elders won't blame me. And she pauses for a second, I really do like that Ling Yan, that young adorable lass. Knowing she's being used by her own mother brings great pain to my heart. G. Sky frowned. What do you mean by that? I've talked to her mother before. Guya forms a troubled face like she's deliberating between speaking the truth or not. That woman admitted to me herself that she's using the child as a way to get into the monarch's bed. I cannot and would not try to control Heavenly, but I can't stand such a vile personal being allowed to get near the monarch in such a fashion. G. Sky's face sank suddenly, his voice deep and authoritative. Is that true? She admitted it herself? The Cure, 5, yes, she admitted it herself. I said I would tell the monarch what she said also, but that woman said she's not afraid and that even if I did, she wouldn't admit it. Elder Sky, I'm only coming to you because I'm out of options, and if I go to the other elders, they wouldn't believe me. Guya's expression right now showed helplessness and pain, matched that with the sobbing voice. It's the perfect guise to sell her story. Sure enough, G. Sky's face got darker and darker following her every word. See this, Guya presses hard to seal the deal. Have you not wondered why Ling Yan's mother would find her way here so quickly after the child came to the manor? It's not like Heavenly and all of you didn't try to look for the woman before, right? I suspect, both of them appeared so suddenly and without any indication. It's possible the encounter was premeditated from the very start. It's one thing for Ling Yan, she's only 2 years old so she wouldn't know better, plus the monarch dotes on her very much. Elder Sky, I know what I'm saying is a grim theory, but you must do something about that woman, at the very least drive her away so Ling Yan wouldn't be corrupted by such a scheming mother. Guya implored the senior, trying hard to make her point stand. She really doesn't like the pipsqueak, but out of Heavenly's sake she's willing to compromise. Besides, this conceited woman had a lot of confidence in herself that she could break down that temperament and mold it to her liking. G. Sky didn't completely fall for the story yet in the way he narrowed in his eyes at the other person, which promptly roused a flustered face as a result. After a long while of this uncomfortable silence, Miss Guya, I will investigate this matter, so go back for now. If what you say is true about her character, then I will drive her away. The reply was within her expectations. There are still some days before Heavenly returns, so this would be the first step in her grand plan. In that case, I won't say much more. After all, we are all here in service of the monarch and wouldn't want such a misbehaving woman nearby. However, there's one more thing I like Elder Sky to help me with. What's the matter? I've made it known that I very much like Ling Yan, that young lass. Would it be possible for me to move to the yard next to her? Don't worry, you can rest assured I won't do anything. That child is so adorable and cute. I only want to keep an eye out for her safety in case her mother tries anything. G. Sky still felt skeptical of the woman's excuse but nodded anyways. He's seen it with his own eyes how much she loves Heavenly, so he's not worried about Guya trying anything ill towards those close to the monarch. I can let you move to her side yard, but that's only for the next few days until the monarch returns. Once he's back, you're leaving, understood? Guya's heart cracked with joy. Thank you, Elder. You don't have to rush to thank me so quickly. If in the meantime anything happens in the manor, I will immediately turn my suspicion towards you, understand? Ji Sky's tone was heavy and stern, showing he meant what he said and as warning. Guya's lip twitched without surprise. Elder Sky, please be at ease, I won't do anything. You know, I can't stand to see the monarch sad. Naturally that means I won't even think about doing anything to those close to him. Of course, the exception would be that despicable mother of Ling Yan's. Heavenly hasn't met that woman yet, I can still make it if I shoo her out of the estate before he returns. The cure. 6. Unbeknownst to everyone in the heavenly domain, there's in fact a room devoid of sunlight in the Monarch Manor. Aside from the vent hole coming through the entrance door, this place held a suffocating atmosphere to those unused to it, truly a compound normally reserved for the worst of criminals. However, that was not the case here. In fact, it's Ji Song's personal bedroom, the beloved granddaughter of Elder Sky who holds immeasurable power and authority within this estate. At this moment, Song had her body curled up into a fetal position atop of her bed, those limbs shivering from the cold and darkness. Not even she knows how long this painful experience would continue, nor does she know when the light would arrive in her life. Suddenly, the door squealed due to the metal hinges being swung open and in came two young maids with a box in each of their hands. Miss Song, your grandfather Elder Sky tasked us to bring you these. It's the phoenix feather and soul fruit you requested. Grandfather? Taken aback at the grand news, she gradually shifted her gaze down to the two boxes in front of herself with hope beaming out of those eyes. Where's my grandfather? She asks after ordering them to leave it on the table. Oh, Elder Sky is still at the council hall. I'm going to see grandfather, you two don't have to follow me. Song carefully wraps the two boxes around her arm while pressing down her inner excitement so others won't grow suspicious. But, Miss, one of the maids frowned. Elder Sky said we must protect Miss Song. How can we just leave without permission? It's night right now so there's no sun. Besides, I'm going to see my grandfather, not some random place. What are you so nervous for? Song glances at the maid with a reprimanding face. I'll come back once I see him, you stay here and wait for me. After saying this, the sickly and morbid-looking lass ignored the protesting maid in the rear and bolted out of the dark room. Of course, the two frantic maids wanted to give chase, but the repeated warning glares from Song sent them back in the end. Just as Song was about to reach Bai Yan's yard, an unexpected encounter occurred. With a touch on her should from the back, she nearly jumped with fright and swung around. Thankfully the face that came into sight wasn't some unfamiliar face, rather it's the pipsqueak herself. Ling Yan, how come it's you? She pursed her lips and asked in a state of shock. Giggling with delight as she got closer to her friend, the pipsqueak gets all happy in the voice. Are you here to see my mother? Said Song with a flushed tone on those cheeks. I found the phoenix feather and soul fruit like she instructed. She said that as long as I have these two ingredients then I can be cured for sure. I didn't tell my grandfather though. I didn't want to give him false hope and disappoint him. That's why no one knows I'm here. Can you keep this a secret for now? Patting her chest in a I'm reliable manner, the pipsqueak cocks her head high in a proud manner. Of course, I can keep a secret. I'm not like my brother who can be bought with a steam bun. The cure. 7. If there were one person in this world who could save Ji Song then that would have to be Bai Yan. This pipsqueak still has that much confidence in her own mother. Ji Song breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that, then. I'll first go meet your mother. Wait, let's go together. Di Ling Yan smiled brilliantly as she took her friend's hand to lead the way. For Song herself, this would be the first time she's ever spent time with another female whom she could call friend. For that, her pale and stiff expression actually made a genuine smile for once and not the awkward and weird-looking one she made before. It's nice to have friends. Ling Yan is my first friend, I will cherish this friendship for life. Unbeknownst to both of the little ones, a certain female had been hiding in wait behind the dark corner of the courtyard the entire time. Coming out after the two tiny figures had left, Guya slowly strode out into the moonlight. I didn't think that Ling Yan's mother would go this far in order to cater up to the members of the Monarch Manor. Is she crazy? How does she have the confidence to claim being able to heal Ji Song's condition? This won't do, I cannot let this continue. That woman's strength is so low, there's no way she's capable of something like that. I better go inform Elder Sky of what's happening. If his granddaughter is killed by this, then he will punish everyone here, including myself, for merely being nearby. With that last thought in mind, Gia finally turned away to rush towards the council hall. She doesn't like Ji Song, who would, right? Nobody likes to have a sick-looking lass hang around themselves all day, especially when the patient never even smiles. But no matter her dislike, the morbid-looking lass was still a member of the Monarch Manor. At the very least, she needs to take action, if not for heavenly sake, since they're still his people. What's more, such an opportunity to banish Bai Yan and her daughter doesn't come often. This was her chance. Elder Sky, this isn't good, something major has happened. This outburst instantly shattered the peace of the night here. Ji Sky came out the fastest after hearing this and showed a surprised face. Miss Guya, why did you come so late? What happened? It's your granddaughter Ji Song, something has happened to her. The woman spits this out with clenched teeth. Going green at the news, the old senior reactively roared. What did you say? Something happened to my precious Song. You better explain what you mean, otherwise I won't let you off the hook. That child was his lifeblood, without her he would rather die at this point. Elder, it's that woman, Ling Yan's mother. In order to gain your favor, she's attempting to risk the young Mrs. Health just so she could try healing Song's body. It's absolutely foolish. That person is so weak without an ounce of knowledge, how could she ever think of something this crazy? You must act right away. We could be talking in minutes or seconds before something irreversible occurs. The more she spoke, the sweatier on the forehead she became, thus reinforcing the urgency of the situation. I've met that lady earlier today and she doesn't seem to be such a rash and foolish person. Perhaps we've made a misunderstanding and that Song is only going there to play with Ling Yan? Elder Butterfly was the second to come out and she wasn't so easily manipulated. That remark promptly made Guya appear even more anxious, partly real and partly fake since she doesn't want to miss out on this chance. There's no mistake, I overheard the conversation directly from Miss Song and Ling Yan. Elder Sky, you must go save your granddaughter right now, otherwise she might really die at the hand of that person. By Ning, 1, boom. Ji Sky's momentum suddenly changed, causing the whole sky to become stormy in that instant. Not waiting for Guya to say more, he dashed towards the courtyard where Bai Yan was staying. Inside the room, Ji Song stood quietly there as she watched the demon queen pour some sort of weird substance into a tub of water. Immediately, that clear warm liquid had turned into a faint green color that oozed with medicinal aroma. Mrs. D, will this be enough to save me? Bai Yan shook her head. It's merely the first step in the procedure. You will soak in this tub of potion I prepared for half an hour. During this time I will prepare the main elixir for you. Nodding in understanding, Song doesn't question the other side. For some unknown reason, she's convinced this person could help. Ling Yan, you go and rest first. The next process would be quite painful for the patient, so Bai Yan doesn't want her daughter to see it. Okay. The pipsqueak obediently complies and got up. I will come back and see you, mother, after I take a nap. With one final glance at her friend, the girl promptly left for her own room. Just like that, the procedure to cure Ji Song has begun. ZSSZZZ. The first sensation the morbid girl felt was an intense sting across her whole body after dunking herself in that tub of potion. It's not extremely painful to the point where she couldn't endure, but it's stinging deep into her bones, which was incredible hard to withstand. It's so painful, like someone's poking needles into me. It hurts. If you want to recover, then put up with it. Just when Ji Song wanted to protest and complain, Bai Yan shuts her down with that remark. It's faint and unemotional, but those words came down like a bat and knocked any resentment away. That's right, I need to endure this if I want to get better. 5 years of endless darkness, I don't want to go back. This is nothing to me, I will get better, I won't submit to such a life, I will prevail. Growing stronger and stronger in her mind, a powerful determination filled the morbid girl's eye as she recalled the painful past of her childhood. Those memories weren't painful in the physical sense, but on a spiritual level. Biting down on her lip until it bled, she wants to use pain to combat pain in this case. It's the only mean she knows because it's not the first time she's hurt herself in such a fashion after caving into her own loneliness in the past. Slightly startled by the method used by the lass, Bai Yen raises an eyebrow in surprise at the determination. She was ready to take actions if Song intended to give up so easily, so her hands were already about to reach out. However, that precaution was unnecessary, it seems. This child must have suffered a lot in the few years she's lived on this world. Not many could think of using pain to counter pain. Very well, if you are determined to get better, then I will do everything within my means to save you. Taking out a small cauldron from her storage ring, Bai Yen also begins her effort of refining the final medicine using her soul fire. Bai Ning, too, due to the intense concentration required for the brew, Bai Yan's senses have mostly closed itself off and shielded herself from the rest of the world. All she knew was the cauldron before herself, the flame, and the timing of when to pull out the elixir. So, whatever ruckus that's happening outside in the courtyard, she's unaware nor had the energy to care. Steaming with a mighty air above the group as they marched, they wasted no time in rushing through the winding corridors for the expected destination. What are you all planning to do? Di Ling Yen had wanted to return to her room then when she encountered this group in the open. She may be small, but she's no timid coward. Miss Ling Yen, Elder Butterfly, saw who it was and immediately stepped forward to speak. Did Song happen to come by earlier? Is she looking for your mother for treatment? Gently pursing her lips, the pipsqueak grew unhappy at the aggressive air of this bunch. Are you going to make trouble for my mother? Big Sister Song said she didn't want this matter to be known to anyone. Why would they know about this? And the way they marched over here, they're clearly very upset. Ling Yen, Guya also came out from the rear, her face still showing that elegant smile. I know your mother wants to be the monarch's wife, but using Song's health as a mean to get close to everyone is not right. That girl is innocent and naive, she doesn't know the dangers involved with what's involved. And that woman, using such low trickery, is despicable. She doesn't deserve to be your mother either, you must awaken from the illusion. Ling Yen would never allow anyone to insult her mother, not now, not ever. Without another word, she pushed Butterfly aside and pounced at the insufferable woman and bit down at that arm. Ah! Guya's screams resonated with pain due to the sting. She did not expect the pipsqueak to have such speed, much less turning into a mad dog and biting herself on the arm. It is you, this bad auntie again. First it's you coming to make trouble for my mother, then now you're framing her. My mother is the best woman in the world, and also the one who loves me the most. I won't allow you to say anything bad about her. All red in the face, the pipsqueak stubbornly gnaws at that arm while glaring at the crowd. Today none of you can go bother Big Sister Song. G Sky's gaze grew grim due to the child's stubbornness. If it were someone else who got in his way, then he would have rid himself of this problem at first sight. However, this was Di Ling Yen, the girl beloved by Heavenly, their lord and master. Her status was equivalent to the young lady of this house. There's no way he could hurt her less he's ready for the aftermath. But at the very thought of Song's safety, the grandfather's mood would deteriorate once again, with irritation apparent in those eyes. Trying hard to maintain a gentle voice in his persuasion, Miss Ling Yen, I know my granddaughter's illness better than anyone. Even if your mother is able to save her, why sneak around without letting anyone know? If there is even a tiny mishap during the treatment, the outcome would be Song's death. So please, move aside and let us inside. Unbending in her determination, the pipsqueak shows off why she's the daughter of her parents. I know you are Big Sister's grandfather, but I want to ask before you go any further. If Big Sister is willing to trust in my mother, then why can't you trust in Big Sister's decision? Or do you have that little trust in her? Just because you can't do something doesn't mean my mother can't. G Sky's face frowned. Song's only a child, she still doesn't know anything yet. Please step aside, Miss Ling Yen. I will not let you disturb mother, and grandpapa also said I am the little lady of the Monarch Manor. If you force your way over me, then that's equivalent to treason. Do all of you really want to test that? By Ning, 3, the little pipsqueak's appearance began to reveal a sense of dominance after her declaration. This face, it's exactly like her mother's when Bai Yen decides on doing something. Of course, that's only if you ignore her childlike voice, then it could really scare some of these people. Sadly, that's not the case and only made a ripple on the surface. Ling Yan, Guya stroked her painful arm as she stared at the child. You bad woman, you shut up. The pipsqueak roars instead of simply yelling, don't think I don't know everything is orchestrated by you. I will let father and big brother know of this when they come, they will definitely make you pay. Anyone who picks on mother are bad, father and big brother will definitely do something about this once they find out. That's enough. G Sky has completely lost patience, Miss Ling Yan. We are willing to show you respect out of the monarch sake, but this matter is about my granddaughter's life. If I somehow offend you for trying to save my own grandchild, then I'm willing to bear the consequences once the monarch returns. Now move aside. Shuddering inside after that outburst from Elder Sky, Butterfly hurries to grab hold of the pipsqueak to bring the child behind herself for protection. Elder, Ling Yan is only a child. I know, you do not need to remind me, Elder Butterfly, I won't hurt her. G Sky gradually closes his eyes as if to come to terms with what he's going to happen. Someone come, restrain the young miss here, remember not to hurt her. This little girl is now the monarch's treasure, how can I ever think about hurting her? But not harming her is one thing, no one can stop me from saving my own grandchild. If the monarch wishes to punish me afterwards, then so be it, I'm willing to take it. Yes, Elder. Several guards stepped forward and began to grab at the pipsqueak's arm. Di Ling Yan saw this and grew frightened, of course. She was absolutely tiny compared to these men, and whatever flailing and struggle she attempted after being held was futile. She may be a fox demon, but a 2-year-old child remains a child. What power does she have? None, that's the answer, she has none. Without surprise, the scuffle eventually left a bruise mark on the baby girl's tender arm after one of the guards got careless. Against that picture, Guya was undoubtedly the most delighted. She was honestly afraid these people would be too afraid to restrain the lass and let this opportunity slip. You bunch of baddies, let me go right this instant. My father and big brother will not forgive you for this. Di Ling Yan had anger in those eyes. I will tell grandpapa that you are bullying me, I won't let you do this. G Sky didn't say more as he moved past the child. He knows that was no idle threat, he's going to pay a heavy price for this later on. You can't bother mother. You can't hurt mother. Di Ling Yan cries even harder after being dismissed. Shockingly, something miraculous occurred at this moment when the girl's mood hits a new low. Her whole body began to heat up, searing hot even until the guards restraining her felt increasingly more uncomfortable. Wah! Father, big brother, grandmother, hurry and come help mother, they're going to pick on mother. If at first the heat coming off of the pipsqueak was still bearable, then right now she's a flaming torch, burning all those hands until they're making some seriously ugly faces. Ling Yan? It's then when the situation was about to hit critical, a surprised and familiar voice cuts in from the sky. Raising her head at the source, the pipsqueak also stops crying because she recognized that note, Grandma, ooh. Breaking free from those hands that were already wanting to let go, the baby girl threw herself into the woman's arm who had already descended to the ground at lightning speed. Grandma, how come you are here? Quick, you must stop these baddies, they want to pick on mother, they want to hurt her. Bai Ning, dressed in white, those enchanting features of the grandmother shared a close resemblance with Bai Yan, the exception being that she's colder and prouder instead of the dominating type. Guya didn't like Bai Ning the second she lay eyes upon her. Without knowing why, the self-conceited lady radiated hostility that has never before seen to anyone. Naturally, Bai Ning also noticed the hostile gaze coming at herself from that woman, but instead of giving more attention to some random stranger she doesn't know or care about, the grandmother would rather appease the crying child in her arms. Ling Yan, take grandmother here to see your mother. Bai Ning loses the cold hardness in those eyes when saying this, replaced only by gentle kindness. Rubbing her weeping eyes, the pipsqueak stammers the response, Boo, but these baddies want to interrupt mother's treatment of big sister. They say mother is going to hurt big sister, and that she's only out to seduce grandpapa. The corner of Bai Ning's lip rose into a sarcastic smirk after hearing that outlandish claim. Caressing the child's head so she would calm down and stop hiccuping, since my granddaughter said none of you can go disturb my daughter, then none of you can go further. Lady, Elder Sky deepens the furrowing forehead, his voice cold and harsh. The sister mentioned by Miss Ling Yen is my own granddaughter. Her treatment will be decided by me, her own family. Madam, I ask that you not get involved and step aside. Casting a faint glance at the old senior who spoke, your granddaughter's life is not of my concern, but my daughter's decision is. If my daughter wants to kill someone, then none can stop her, and if she wants to save someone, then none can interfere either. So, you better watch your tongue. I won't be told on what to do by anyone. Then you leave me no choice but to use force, said Elder Sky with a hint of disdain for that blind arrogance. You bunch go subdue Miss Ling Yen, I will deal with this, madam. The pipsqueak panicked, her little body curling up against Bai Ning's arm further due to fear of being caught again. However, that concern was for naught. Forget about catching the pipsqueak, they don't even want to get near after being burned on the hands. Some of those burns were so intense that they're already starting to show bubbles on the skin. What are you guys doing? G Sky's complexion darkened into a black hole after seeing no movement from behind. Elder, Miss Ling Yen, she. The guard captain timidly speaks where he got cut off by that menacing glare from the senior. Stop worrying about the consequences, I will bear all the blame if the monarch wishes to punish any of you. The poor guards all wanted to cry at that moment. Apparently their hesitation there got mistaken for fear of heavenly punishing them. Heck no. They're not afraid of being punished by their liege and master, rather it's the freakiness of the girl over there. Who in the world would suddenly get insanely hot like a burning torch? But fear was fear, they aren't going to ignore a direct order from Elder Sky. Inching forward like turtles, these poor men carefully surrounded the child. Miss Ling Yen, can you be good and stand to one side by yourself? We won't do anything, just stand over there, okay? Huffing a grunt with that little nose pointing high, Di Ling Yen pinches her lips into an adorable frown. You baddies are not allowed to hurt mother, I'm not afraid of you anymore with grandmother here. Bai Ning, 5, these people bully me because I am small and cannot protect mother, but with grandmother here I'm no longer afraid. Bai Ning sneered at the ignorant fools that dared to circle them on this courtyard. She could tell aside from a select few here tonight, they're all relatively weak compared to herself. With a little flex of her strength, the proud woman instantly sent the less prepared of the mansion guards shooting out in a bullet-like fashion due to the torrent of wind she created. I'm not dead yet, who dares to bully my daughter and granddaughter? The woman's cool and prideful voice held those who remained standing in contempt. G Sky's expression grew increasingly grimmer at the situation. He doesn't want to drag this out, but he's got a keen eye. Whoever this person was, or if she's really the baby girl's family, this woman was no pushover based on the small attack she showed there. But as the old saying goes, panic only brings more mistakes, and mistakes only bring more mistakes. Without more thought, the old senior drew his sword and aimed it at the unwelcomed intruder. Grandma. Di Ling Yan's face went white there as she saw the sword coming down, her tiny hands nervously grasping onto the woman's body. She had heard before that the strongest individual here in the domain was Elder Sky, second only to Grandpapa. Sure, the pipsqueak trusts in Bai Ning's ability, but there's going to be an unavoidable strand of worry once the fight breaks out. Miss Ling Yen. Out of everyone's expectation, Elder Butterfly reacted just as fast there and with shocking speed. Coming before Bai Ning, this sole female elder plucked the pipsqueak right out of her grandmother's grasp to bring the child into her own arms for protection, thus removing any danger that might befall the girl during the scuffle. Bai Ning's expression grew very ugly after having someone faster than herself here and not being able to react in time. However, that heart immediately settled back down after seeing the concerned face of this butterfly. If there are others looking out for the girl, then she could concentrate on dealing with this old senior who's clearly acting in a panic. Clang! An enormous force released into the air after their swords collided. The weaker ones couldn't take this and immediately shot out into the air, whereas the unfortunate ones smashed into the ground or wall. Fortunately, the pipsqueak had the female elder protecting her, so she remains unhurt from the blast, but the cracked floorboards and overturned rubble told everyone how dangerous the area has become even if they're not directly fighting. Successful concoction, 1, inside the room. Bai Yen threw herself into refining the elixir, so she's still unaware of the battle outside. Boom! Suddenly, a very loud noise came out of the cauldron as if something wants to break out of the container. Gradually retracting her focus as the flames slowly dwindle down from the palm, the demon queen awaits the lightning bolt that's to come from her efforts. Yet the expected electric might never came after several minutes, that surprised the woman as she frowned at the oddity. I see, it must be because this domain was created by heavenly, so it doesn't have a world will, otherwise there's no way my alchemic products wouldn't create a scene from the sky. Not dwelling on the issue since it's a good thing, Bai Yan removes the lid and gathered the elixir into a bottle for the child. The medicine is done, you can come out of the tub now. No reply came though. Furrowing that brow up, Bai Yan got closer to examine the girl. Only then does she realize Song had fallen unconscious from the stinging pain. Without delay, the demon queen sweeps the child up from the water and held her in those arms. Perhaps it's due to the relief of being free from the painful liquid, but Song's eye started to move so slightly right off the bat until she eventually regained consciousness. Mrs. D, the little girl opened her mouth where a whisk of air infused into her lungs and brought a refreshing sensation. Is it a success? Bai Yan responded with a hum as confirmation. Take this elixir and you will be healed. First glancing at the bottle presented to herself, then at Bai Yan's reassuring face, Song didn't hesitate in the slightest and chugged the fluid down in one full gulp. Instantly, a warm current circulated across her entire body, cleaning and removing every ounce of the toxin until her very soul felt refreshed. Then at the last second where she thought she's healed, something suddenly started to push itself out of her abdomen. Following a nauseating sensation of wanting to vomit, Song opened her mouth and cried out where a blop of black blood spat out of her throat. Mrs. D, I am healed now. The voice of Ji Songs trembled with excitement after realizing how good her body felt. She never thought this day would actually come, the day where she could go out in the sunlight. Yes, it's a success, but you're too weak due to your body never seeing the light. I have some more medicine to help improve your health, take it and you will eventually be like everyone else. As the old saying goes, if you're going to send someone off then send them all the way. She's already removed the toxin, might as well spend a little more to boost up her body's condition so she could become a normal child. After all, Song's going to be her daughter's companion from now on. Bai Yan only hopes this girl won't let her down. Thank you. Song got so moved by the new bottle that's given to herself that she's barely able to stop herself from crying. Nevertheless, she did as told and drank the bitter medicine without objection. Successful concoction, too. If you really want to thank me then take care of Ling Yan from now on. A shallow smile shows on Bai Yan's face after saying that. If from the start she only wanted to find a companion for her precious daughter, then the demon queen was now genuinely taken by this Song who endured the full treatment she came up with. Others may not know this, but the level of pain involved could make even an adult cry and beg. Then madam, what do I need to do now? Song pursed her delighted lips and asked. It's then when Bai Yan wanted to speak, a loud bang from the outside interrupts their conversation and caught both individuals' attention. In that moment, Bai Yan's face sank into a dark looming dagger, for she knows it couldn't be anything good. Song also fell into shock at the noise. Why does the energy signature feel so similar to grandfather's? Song, you come with me. As soon as she dropped this sentence down, the woman had already pushed the door open and walked outside. Due to panic, the now healed lass didn't dwell on the issue and hurried outside as well in order to catch up. The curtain to this battle has been drawn down by the deepening of the night. Trees destroyed, men sprawled along the ground and unconscious, this whole courtyard was a total mess. Naturally Guya was no exception either. She's very pale in the face, the sign that she's affected to a degree from the recoiling force. As for Bai Ning, who's been fighting the elder, the prideful grandmother had fallen behind and left a deep mark on the ground with a trace of blood in the corner of those lips. Her eyes are growing increasingly more heavy while gazing at the foe who obviously had the upper hand. Ji Sky didn't fare so well either, of course, despite being strong. In his old eyes were shock and disbelief, for the old senior never expected to have someone be of match to himself. When did such a character appear in the domain? Grandma. The little pipsqueak breaks free from Butterfly's hold and quickly ran over to Bai Ning's side, her hands tightly wrapped around the woman with tears flowing out of those anger-filled eyes. "You big baddie, you actually hurt my grandmother. I hate you." In response, Sky could only make a helpless bittersweet smile. For the safety of his granddaughter, he has no other choice in this matter. If there were other options, then he would have taken it. After all, this woman was the baby girl's grandmother. "Miss Ling Yan, please forgive me, I also don't have a choice in this matter. If the two of you don't move aside, then it might be too late for me to save Song, so I can only take matters into my own hands." For the sake of his granddaughter, he's willing to go to any lengths because Song's his life, his reason for living. It's bad enough that you are not willing to repay kindness with kindness after mother is willing to save big sister, but you are also listening to that bad woman's word and accusing mother of plotting to harm big sister. You also hurt grandmother. The pipsqueak's face grew increasingly redder due to the swelling anger. Big sister is such a good person, why is her grandfather so foolish and senile? Sky's expression changed into a flush red as well, but not from anger, rather it's utter embarrassment. How could he not, right? He's being pointed at the nose by a little girl right now and being scolded as foolish and senile. That's utterly shameful. "Miss Ling Yan, you will understand me later. My precious Song is my life, I will not let anything harm her or take such risk, therefore, I have no other option but to force my way through your impedance." Sky's momentum started to get more intense afterwards until the whole sky darkened into a heavy oppressive gloom like a storm's about to occur. Bai Ning knew what's coming and promptly wrapped the baby girl around herself for protection, her face still as proud and strong when confronting the old senior without an ounce of wavering. For some unknown reason, towards that calm and collected appearance of Bai Ning's, Guya, who instigated all this, got an indescribable sensation of anger swelling up inside of herself. "This is clearly my first time seeing this woman, why do I feel so much hatred towards her? It's even worse than the anger I felt towards that Bai Yen." Successful concoction. 3. Grandfather. It's then a crisp and tender-sounding voice cuts through the night, thus breaking the powerful momentum gathered by Sky, who was about ready to make his second assault. Shocked by the tiny figure that's racing towards himself, the old senior completely ignores Bai Yen, who's obviously walking in front of Song there. In his mind, there's only his granddaughter and nothing more. Song. In a flash, he disappears from the spot and reappears before the child to examine the girl. Nervously pressing his hand against her shoulder, "Are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Song did not get to answer at all there before being blasted by this set of questions. Making a helpless face, the girl turns to Bai Yen for help. However, at this moment Bai Yen didn't have the time to worry about some grandfather who's overly protective of their granddaughter, rather she's also quite worried about the female protecting her own daughter. Bai Yen could see blood coming out of Bai Ning's lip. For that, she's absolutely infuriated. "Who did it?" Her voice was colder than the late night wind, which caused the temperature around her to drop several degrees. "Mother." Ling Yen pounced out of Bai Ning's arm then and threw herself into the Bai Yan's instead, her eyes a teary red of sad pitiful sorrow. "It's big sister's grandfather, he hurt grandmother here." Bai Yan's face got quite scary there due to how cold it became in that moment, like some sort of storm was brewing in those eyes. It's so bad in fact that the atmosphere here had grown quiet and eerie. Song's complexion instantly went white as well after hearing that outburst. Turning to her own grandfather, she purses her lip and asked with shock in the voice, "Grandfather, why did you do it?" Sky couldn't bear to have such a look made towards himself. Hastening to turn away, he wanted to explain himself in a mutter when Guya's voice inserted herself from the rear. "Miss Song, don't blame your grandfather, he merely didn't want you to suffer any harm. Elder Sky knows Ling Yan's mother is only using you to get close to the monarch by using your health as leverage. He only wants what's best for you, it's all for your sake." Guya slightly frowned due to the protective attitude of the girl, aware of the sudden change in Song's complexion after her own explanation. "Fortunately you didn't let her treat you yet, otherwise your grandfather might have been too late to save you." Sky was not deaf and promptly swept a cold gaze at the instigator of all this. He didn't say that Bai Yen wanted to use his granddaughter to get close to the monarch at all, it's just that. In this case Bai Yen was a stranger, he doesn't know her ability or strength, How could he feel at ease letting such a person mess around with Song's body? No parent or elder could take such risks regardless of their background. As for Guya's skewed explanation, the old senior didn't bother to correct it. At a time like this, any further explanation would only make things worse. All that it matters to him was Song being safe and not taking that treatment. Song is good at everything except too trusting in people around herself. There's frost all over Bai Yan's aura after hearing the explanation. Turning to the patient girl, her voice got much colder than while they were in the room. Song, shouldn't you have your grandfather give me a proper explanation? I saved your life, yet he harmed my mother without accessing the situation or discerning what's right or wrong. Even though she understood that Ji Sky did it out of concern for Song's well-being, but everyone has their own moments of selfishness. In this regard, Bai Yan's moment would be about her family. The justification hardly matters anymore. If I had known that saving you would hurt my mother, I wouldn't have done it. That remark made Song extremely sad there. Looking at Bai Yan's distant gaze and the crying face of her one and only friend Ling Yan, the girl never felt so sad before. Successful concoction, for, one's her benefactor, and the other was her good friend whom she just met. Does it mean she's going to have to be hated by them from now on? That's not what she wants. Grandfather, why did you hurt Mrs. D's mother? Ji Song turns to her grandfather and demanded an answer with tears slowly forming along those clear blue eyes. You've always been like this whenever the matter involves me. You do not care whether it's right or wrong, you will always lose your reasoning and think it's the other person who wants to hurt me. Sulking and hiccuping in her voice, it's one thing that you keep me out of the light, that's even when there's no sun on those gloomy days outside. You also keep me from making any friends or communicate with others, only wanting to lock me up in that dark room all day. Your love for me. It's reached the point of obsession. Sometimes I would think it's better to simply live a short life than to continue on this trajectory of endless darkness. So what if I can't live for long? At least I would live. Grandfather, I know you're hurt inside after losing my parents, but this life, it's not living, it's torture, a cruel and painful nightmare. The girl's protesting cry hits the old senior like a hammer, punching and kicking at his heart till it hurts. Wanting to say something by opening his mouth, the old senior suddenly discovered he couldn't. Those words, they're stuck in his throat. Streaming with tears, Ling Yan is my only friend now, and Mrs. D is my benefactor, but because of you they will both hate me. Do you know how painful it is for me over the years? It's Mrs. D who brought hope into my life. I can now run around in the sun like everyone, I can finally leave that dark damp room. When reaching the end, the girl's voice was huffing and trembling with emotions. It's the first time she met Ling Yan, but she also knew the friend was a reasonable person. For example, let's say if her grandfather had spoken politely then he would have been let through, that much she's certain of. The fact that he didn't get through and got stopped must be because he lost control and got especially rude, like wanting to hurt Mrs. D. This could be proven by the way Ling Yan and her grandmother resisted the request. Ji Sky sadly faced his granddaughter after the reprimand. Did I not keep her from going out for her own safety? And, all those that got to befriend her only wanted to lure her out to play, so how could I not be nervous? But in the end, my granddaughter didn't understand me at all. What did you say? Elder Butterfly wasn't as invested as her peer, so her ears weren't deaf to a specific detail. First making a shocked face, the female elder quickly went up to examine Song with her shaky voice. You said you can go outside in the sun? Ji Song formed a self-ridiculing smirk at Butterfly before facing her grandfather again. Yes, I can run in the sun without worrying about my life now, but what of it? Grandfather, you taught me the morals of being human from a young age, but did you do what you preach? You offended my benefactor. Mrs. D saved me, saved my future, yet you repaid the kindness by hurting her mother. Ji Sky's eyes flew into a shocked look. Unconvinced still, he hurried to confirm the fact for himself by checking Song's wrist. Originally there would be a black vein, the main artery in this area that showed the toxic remains, but there's nothing now. The toxin that he exhausted all his means and still failed to cure was gone, poof, healed, gone like it's never been there. Still not convinced since there are ways to hide this using special effects, the senior releases his spiritual feelers out to scan the child from top to bottom and right down to her soul. Heavenly's in trouble. 1. All kinds of emotions are swirling within G-Sky's eye right at this moment. Astonishment, shock, and elation. Song, you. His voice began to shudder like he wanted to hear the answer directly from the granddaughter. My granddaughter can finally run free in the sunlight? The irony of the situation didn't go unshown in Song's expression. Grandfather, it's as you think, I have fully recovered. It was Mrs. D who gave me hope, and it's you who let me down. Even though she knew that G-Sky only did this out of concern for herself, but this concern was too bigoted to the point where he would indiscriminately harm others. Song's been able to put up with that behavior since she's young, but this time he's gone too far. No matter what, she must make her grandfather understand the mistake of behaving this way because it doesn't help anyone. The old senior's heart dropped, ashamed of himself as he hung his head low. Finally, he knows his actions has really let his granddaughter down. Song, I'm really sorry, grandfather is really too worried about you that I mistakenly harmed Mrs. D's mother. This is all grandfather's fault. As long as you stop being angry at me, then grandfather here will do anything to make amends. Song pursed her lips. It's not me whom you need to apologize, it's Mrs. D and her mother. Taken aback for a second, the senior promptly turned to Bai Yan and Bai Ning's location. He tried to say something, but when the words reached his throat and was about to come out, he choked and couldn't say anything. Good thing the shame in his eyes was obvious enough so everyone could figure out his meaning. Meeting that gaze, Bai Yan's expression didn't change or get any better. Turning to her daughter, she spoke in a soft, calm voice. Ling Yan, this place is not suitable for us, we will leave here in a bit. Okay. The pipsqueak snuggled up against her mother's chest and obediently nodded. She hated the fact that she's leaving without saying goodbye to her grandpapa, but she's more distressed about her mother and grandmother being hurt. So, she's not happy to stay here anymore. At this moment, Guya's gaze flickered with disbelief when locking onto Bai Yan. She didn't expect this demon queen to really cure Song. After all, not even Elder Sky could do a thing against the soul bane. G-Sky's heart panicked, his throat croaking as he spoke with huge difficulty. Mrs. D, this is indeed my fault for not finding out the truth before acting, but no matter what, the fault lies with me. Our monarch likes Ling Yan so much, I'm imploring you to stay until his return. That is not needed. Bai Yan bluntly refused the request and slowly turned away. Ling Yan, mother, let's go. Wait. Seeing the departing back, Song could no longer keep calm and broke free of her grandfather's arm and ran up to the demon queen's side. Mrs. D, I want to leave with you. Raising an eyebrow, you are sure? Certain. Song nodded with a firm face. Song. The senior completely lost his wits after hearing that, his eyes flustering with loss and panic. If you leave, then what about me, your grandfather? I only have you left as family, are you really going to abandon grandfather here? Heavenly's in trouble, too. Song dropped her sight after hearing the plea. To tell the truth, she's also reluctant to give up her grandfather. After all, this person was her only family member remaining. But Bai Yan's her lifesaver who got accused for misdeeds by her very own grandfather. This was the least she could to compensate such a misgiving. Not to mention, grandfather, as condition for Mrs. D saving me, I have given myself to her and promised to stay by Ling Yan's side from now on. Sky choked, and the others froze in astonishment. Their eyes are now gathered on Song and Bai Yan's face. Mrs. D, the purpose of you saving my granddaughter before? It's so she would follow Miss Ling Yan and not for you to get close to the monarch. Earlier, Guya clearly came to them claiming that this woman was risking Song's health in order to win them over with a debt, that way she could use this connection to approach the monarch. He didn't believe it fully, of course, but he also didn't dismiss it as nothing. And now his own granddaughter was saying Bai Yan only saved her in order to have her follow Miss Ling Yan? Then what about Guya's claim? Where did that come from? Mrs. D already has a husband and daughter, why would she approach the monarch? Song's expression grew a little angry. Who in the world said such slandering words about Mrs. D? Apparently everyone here had dismissed this point until it's brought up again by the child. Even though they knew that Bai Yan had a daughter, but because they never met her husband that they believed he's either dead or no longer around after abandoning the pair. Therefore, they didn't suspect the outlandish claim earlier from the despicable liar. Guya naturally saw those eyes locking onto herself then and lost all color from the face. Clenching that fist, she didn't utter a single word for she knew it's pointless and would only dig a bigger hole for herself. Let's go. Bai Yan knew what they were doing after seeing the focus shifting away. Even so, she doesn't care at this point and only wanted to leave this bunch behind for their very presence annoyed her. Bai Ning only suffered a slight injury so it's not a big deal to leave even without applying some sort of medicine. However, the Demon Queen's never been one to forget a slight against herself. Speaking without turning around or stopping, you harmed my mother tonight. The reason I'm not repaying you for that today is because Heavenly took in my daughter while I wasn't around. In return, there will not be any connection between this place and my daughter again. No connection between this place and my daughter again. The woman's announcement was like a hammer, smashing into everyone's heart. Who doesn't know that the pipsqueak was the precious treasure of the monarch during this period? But now, because of their folly in offending this woman, that bond has been shattered? That's their heads on the line. Just when all were frantic and unsure of what to do, an old figure quickly ran over from the front with panic showing across his movement. It's not good, we have a major problem. Fifth Elder? Elder Butterfly only took a glance to recognize this person. For unknown reasons, her heart felt incredibly uneasy and urgently asked, "Didn't you follow the monarch when he left? Why did you return alone? Where's the monarch?" Pain apparent in those eyes, Fifth Elder spoke with panting breath. His monarchness had an accident in the ancient ruins, and now we don't know if he's alive or dead. The others are still searching for him there, but I returned to bring news because I'm the fastest. Bai Ning, who originally went towards the exit, suddenly stopped as a result of that sentence. Her hand unknowingly clasped against her own chest like she's about to suffocate due to the panic. Heavenly's in trouble. 3. Mother, what's wrong? Bai Yan became aware of Bai Ning's strangeness and turned to ask. Slightly white in the face, the monarch of this house, what is his name? Life and death uncertain. Why do I feel so uneasy inside after hearing those words? I clearly don't know the guy, why am I behaving this way? It's Heavenly. Bai Yan wrinkled her brow. It looks like I can't just leave like this. No matter what, that person did take care of Ling Yan when I wasn't around. And the way Mother is acting, I might have been too careless in my assessment. Perhaps Mother really did suffer a major injury from the fight. Heavenly? Heavenly, Bai Ning's body suddenly fell backwards without indication, her mouth coughing out blood as the color drained from that face. Mother. Bai Yan flew into shock, hurrying over in the nick of time to catch the patient. Worried apparent on the face, what's wrong? How come you're like this all of a sudden? Shaking her head, I don't know. I just feel stuffy in my heart, it's very uncomfortable. I clearly never seen that so-called monarch before, why do I feel so sad inside for him? Mother, grandmother, the pipsqueak seems to have thought of something and tugged at the Demon Queen's sleeve. Grandpapa once told me he has another name, I think it was called Yunfeng. Mother, Grandpapa really is kind to me, can we go help him, please? Yunfeng? Forget about Bai Ning's pale complexion, even Bai Yan's face had lost all color after hearing that name. There's literally no blood left on their faces at this point, to the point where even their feet felt cold and numb. Yunfeng. Life and death uncertain. Why him? Why is Heavenly him? Trembling in the lip, Bai Yan rigidly held onto her own mother's hand and exchanged a shocked and horrified look between themselves. Pfffff. Bai Ning coughed out blood again as she closed her eyes in pain. I see. No wonder I fell into such a panic, it all makes sense. We're husband and wife, the bond we share should have given me the hint from the very start, I'm so foolish for not sensing it earlier. Due to the shock of this horrible news, none of the elders or guards present were aware of the strange behavior of the ladies. However, that quickly changed when Bai Ning overtook the screaming Guya, who wanted to run over to the fifth elder for more details. Where's that ancient ruin? The mad wife clawed into the senior's robe and ripped him right off his feet. She a fury, a flaming catastrophe capable of ripping apart all that became an obstacle. Fifth elder flailed around for a bit after discovering what has happened from out of the blue, his voice croaky and unsure of what to make of this. Take me to him now. Gawking after that demand, the senior was lost for words at the intense stare from those eyes. It's blinding and making him want to shrink away. Take me to him now. If you stall any longer then I'll kill you. In Bai Ning's mind, any moment wasted here would mean an extra moment of danger for her husband. As such, she could only resort to violence if it meant getting her way. Finally coming back to his senses after hearing that threat, Fifth Elder turns to Elder Sky and the others for some sort explanation regarding this female who just ripped into him. Since Elder Sky already felt guilty towards Bai Ning and her family, the old grandfather didn't hesitate and nodded for his peer to show it's okay. Fifth Elder, take us all to the monarch. The first priority is to save our liege. Yun Feng's peril. 1. Guya's face changed for the worse as she stared towards Bai Ning, those eyes dark and grim. Elder Sky, this matter is the monarch manor's business. We shouldn't be letting outsiders interfere with this. Quiet. G Sky flew into a rage after being told this, his tone fierce and irate. He did not forget how it's this woman who instigated himself to come here tonight. If not for that, he wouldn't have been so rash to injure Bai Ning in the scuffle. So, he no longer trusted her, nor did he want to be nice to the lady either. Guya froze at the loud roar, which caused her to freeze up for a second. Then upon further assessment, she suddenly found herself to be the outcast in this matter as the impatient glares came flying over from Elder Sky and Elder Butterfly. Fifth Elder who just came back didn't understand the situation so he didn't catch on to the tense mood. Clenching his teeth, Miss Guya, it's best you not get involved. Saving his monarchness is more important right now. Elder Sky, we need to leave now. G Sky nodded in agreement. He also didn't want to delay the matter. However, right as he's about to leave with his peer, he suddenly noticed Bai Ning's intense gaze coming their way. Tell me the exact location of the ancient ruins. Fifth Elder was taken aback at first since that question was obviously directed at himself instead of his counterparts. But thinking of the attitude G Sky and Butterfly showed towards this person, he subsided and replied earnestly, to the east. After 1,000 kilometers, head north another 500 kilometers and you will find the ruins. Lady, you. But before his sentence could be finished, Bai Ning's body had already turned into a torrent of wind and flew off into the horizon. Bai Yen also made haste by picking up the pipsqueak, but not before leaving instructions for Song who also stood around. You stay here and wait for us, I will come back later. Heavenly is actually father. Slowly closing her eyes then, Bai Yen suddenly recalled back to the time where she read through the ancient diary left behind by that lady in red. Perhaps it's fate? That person kept talking about Heavenly in her diary, and now that very Heavenly is my own father in this life. Due to her own worry as well, Bai Yen didn't spend much time dwelling on unimportant connections and quickly chased after her own mother's trail. But make no mistake, there's too much coincidence to consider this to be pure chance. The Demon Queen's bound to investigate the connection, it's just not now. Elder Sky didn't delay either in this case. However, instead of blazing off into the horizon like the two women before himself, the elder suddenly stopped midair above the manor and turned to Butterfly who coming up. Elder Butterfly, I need you to stay here in the Monarch Manor. Someone needs to take charge while I and the Monarch is not around. Also, I need someone I can trust to take care of my granddaughter, please. Startled at first by the request, the female elder eventually sighed and nodded. She understood how much the child meant for her peer and the risk of taking everyone off to the ancient ruins. I understand. With this assurance of Butterfly, G Sky felt a heavy load coming off his shoulder immediately. Without looking back, he too gave chase to everyone that has left. Miss, unsure when, Senior Gu Lao had appeared next to Guya, his face full of undisguised concern for the lady. The person did not answer the old Gramps' words there, instead she bit her lips and revealed an intense level of anger on her usual elegant face. As I said, there's no way Bai Yen doesn't have ideas toward the monarch. You've been fooled by her milady. She's a very scheming woman, playing the retreat card to advance even further. Now that the monarch is in danger, she immediately seized the opportunity to become the savior. Yunfeng's peril, too. After overhearing parts of the conversation from Gu Lao, Elder Butterfly attitude got all mocking. You think the monarch would give special treatment to anyone? If you do, then I'm afraid to tell you that you're wrong, otherwise you would have long become the monarch's wife. In other words, you, the so-called benefactor of Heavenly, was no more important than the rest of us. Therefore, Bai Yan and her mother wouldn't be able to ascend onto the great throne either as the man's wife. What's more, since Bai Yan has a daughter, it proves that she has a husband. The same was true of Bai Yan's mother. And regarding Ling Yan's motive, that's not even in the equation since she's so young and innocent. Anything was no doubt Guya's self-conceited imagination. Elder Butterfly, don't you think you're going too far? Gu Lao could not take it anymore after those remarks. Our miss only wants to help out of concern, yet Fifth Elder and Elder Sky won't even let her follow, so what can she do? What's more, how is it fair that those two ladies can follow while we can't? Don't you think that's unfair and biased? That actually made Butterfly laugh. She has had no favorable opinion of Guya ever since she overheard their conversation regarding the monarch's recovery. Before, she didn't pursue the matter due to her loyalty. After all, the most important thing was Heavenly's return. It doesn't matter who actually carried out the mission, but now, things are different. After hearing Gu Lao's thoughts, this female elder only found it ridiculous and laughable. Gu Lao, I guess you arrived too late to know the whole situation regarding Song's recovery. The old senior made a surprised face there. He obviously didn't hear the whole story. This was especially true regarding that sickly child. And, Butterfly narrowed in her eyes, the one who healed Song is none other than Mrs. D, Ling Yan's own mother. Taking a few steps forward, she puts on an overbearing attitude. So, by virtue of her skills alone, do you think she's qualified to follow Elder Sky and Fifth Elder or not? Or do you believe Guya is better than her? It's then Song also decides to chime in with a huffing grunt. Mrs. D is the most incredible, how can Guya compare? In particular, she actually framed Mrs. D in front of grandfather. So hateful. Guya's face got a little whiter without blood showing. She's trembling on the lips, which indicated she's without rebut. However, right as Gu Lao's about to speak in her defense again, the lady couldn't keep quiet. It's okay, Gu Lao, you don't need to speak on my behalf. It's no use here, they're all set on thinking I'm only acting with ulterior motive. Miss, Gu Lao looked at her with pain. The miss only loves Heavenly to death, anything she does, it's for him and him alone. So, what's wrong with that? Enough, there's nothing more to say, we're going back. Guya bites her lip when facing Butterfly. I have nothing to ask of the monarch, I only hope you can inform me once Heavenly's back. As long as I can see him back safely, then I am satisfied. Despite the sneer on Butterfly's face, the female elder nevertheless nodded in agreement. You can go back now, I know you have your own eyes here, so why ask me to inform you? Leave, I don't want to continue this conversation anymore. Yunfeng's peril, 3. Guya casted one last look at Butterfly before turning away, not saying a single word as that figure disappeared into the night. Since the female elder has said things to such a degree, she too had no need to keep being nice. It's one thing if the mask hadn't been ripped apart, but this situation has clearly done that, so neither party needed to keep up the facade. Song, seeing they're alone now, Butterfly slowly comes before the child and squats down. Speaking in a soft, gentle voice that unexpectedly relaxed the air, you don't have to worry too much, your grandfather and Mrs. D will be fine, nothing bad will happen. Despite the consoling words, Song only stared into the air at the direction of where they all left, her eyes filled with sadness and worry. I hope grandfather and Mrs. D will come back soon. Just like the silence of the night, the ancient ruins are also without sound due to the anxious air hovering above the heads of the people surrounding this place. They are waiting for help from the monarch manor. It's then when the mood grew increasingly more oppressive and unsettling. Several figures had swooped down from the looming clouds. Thank goodness you're here, Elder Sky. The monarch is still not back yet and we have no information about his condition. Please hurry and think of something. The ones saying this are all looking anxious and urgent, which goes to show how powerless they are right now. Heavenly was their main backbone that only returned after much difficulty, so it's not hard to understand why they are panicking so hard. What exactly happened, and where is he? Bai Yen swept her furrowed gaze across the group and asked using that cold edgy voice. Elders, this is... An old man frowned as he landed his sight upon the female in question, those eyes showing a examining light. She's Miss Ling Yan's mother, and you can go ahead and tell her. Ji Sky did not have time to explain the identity of Bai Yen, so he glossed over the details and urged his peer to get on with it. Perhaps the medical skills could even come in handy if he's not wrong. After all, she did cure his granddaughter tonight. Third elder became stunned by what he heard. It's no secret Heavenly dotes on that little pipsqueak, and for the sake of the child, they've been searching high and low for the girl's mother. And now standing before himself was the mother of that very child? We had just accompanied the monarch deep into the ruins, but it wasn't long before a mass of black mist devoured the monarch. Black mist? Putting down her daughter, Bai Yen turns to Bai Ning. Mother, we will go see for ourselves. Bai Ning nodded and followed Bai Yen into the ruins. Although this place was considered ancient relic of the past, but the insides were like another world. There's a bridge up ahead after going through the entrance where it leads to a straight road. You guys don't have to come in. Bai Yen saw the elders and others wanted to follow as well, so she immediately stopped them. I and my mother is enough. To be clear, that's not out of concern for Elder Sky and the rest, rather it's for her precious daughter's sake. The more protection there was for the pipsqueak, the more relieved she would be while investigating this ruin. Besides, what good are they anyways? If they are capable, then why would they themselves need to come, right? Yunfeng's peril, for Mother. Di Ling Yan's face were filled with tears, those big red eyes staring up in a pleading manner. Are you going to leave Ling Yan behind? I also want to find Grandpapa. The sound of the little milky soft bun melted away the demon queen's hard expression at the moment. Crouching down, the mother reaches out to rub the little head. Be good, Ling Yan. Mother is only going inside to search for your grandpapa. We will be back really fast, so don't worry. Can you stay here and wait for Mother? Mother lie, it's clearly very dangerous, the pipsqueak protests in a pitiful tone. Ling Yan isn't as skillful as Big Brother, but as long as I can be together with Mother, then I am afraid of nothing. I'm not afraid of danger. Bai Yan's heart felt so sour and pained when hearing that proclamation. Brainstorming a better excuse, the demon queen knew there's nothing she could say after seeing that stubborn little face. Stealing her inside to not make this more painful, Ling Yan, if Mother and your grandmother go inside, then we have 50% chance to bring your grandpapa back out safely. If we bring you along, then that chance would go down drastically because we will need to keep an eye out for you, do you understand? So, stay here with them, your grandpapa's people will protect you while we're away. No matter what the elders did before, these people were sincere towards Ling Yan. Coupling this with the fact that they're father's own men, Bai Yen had no reason to believe they are going to harm Ling Yan while they are not looking. Still staring upwards with those big blue eyes, Di Ling Yan finally relented and gradually lowered her clinging hands from the woman's sleeve. Nevertheless, the face she made told everyone how much she hated being left behind. Okay, I will wait here for you, Mother. As long as Mother doesn't come back, then I won't go anywhere. Even if this kind of waiting equated to a lifetime, she won't budge. Bai Yen knows her words must hurt a lot, but sometimes the best course of action was to be cruel so it doesn't hurt more later. The demon queen knows her daughter was cleverer than the average baby. She would eventually understand even if the worst comes to pass. However, it doesn't change the fact that the child's sensibility distressed the demon queen to no ends. She's a real bad mother for making their child go through so much. I'm leaving my daughter here with you guys, she said with power in that voice. If the duration is too long, help me take care of Ling Yan until her father's comes. At this moment everyone's heart was shocked by her words. They wanted to help Heavenly before when he fell into danger, but that black mist overwhelmed them and forcibly pushed them away. And now this woman was willing to risk her life for their monarch? And that statement, it's almost like a will. Why are they going this far when they're unrelated? I'll go in with you. Ji Sky frowned and stepped forward. No need. Tossing this down, Bai Yan did not want to say more than that and left with Bai Ning. Mother, let's go. No matter the dispute, Ji Sky's strength was undoubtedly the strongest while they were at the manor. So, for the sake of keeping Ling Yan safe, Bai Yan doesn't want this old man to tag along either. Otherwise, she wouldn't be comfortable going inside this ruin and leaving Ling Yan alone. Bang! As soon as the two ladies were inside, the gate acting as the entrance to this ancient ruin abruptly slammed shut. Elder Sky, this woman. Who exactly is she? Fifth Elder asks with open strain plastered across his face. I do not understand them. They know very well that they might die inside or go missing like the monarch. Why are they going this far for us? Yun Feng's peril. 5. Ji Sky hung his head in thought for a long while before looking back up towards the closed gate. She closed the door to the ruin, to stop us from dying? She closed the door, for our sake. Can't be. She already expects to encounter danger. That's why she said that stuff about looking after Miss Ling Yan until the father comes around? Is that why? Elder Sky, you still haven't told me what happened between you and Mr. D yet. Fifth Elder was starting to get impatient and got all rowdy. Making a bittersweet face. Before you came back to get us, I injured Mrs. D's mother. What? Fifth Elder's face changed drastically, his voice racy and panting with anxiety. Yo, you hurt her mother? Yes. Ji Sky closed his old eyes, that eyelash fluttering due to the guilt he felt inside. It's because of Guya. She came running over earlier tonight and claimed Mrs. D wants to become the monarch's wife. In order to achieve that, she was going to use me by gambling with Song's health. You know me. If Song really did become healthy again, then I would have been so grateful that she could have asked me for anything. But, thinking of what had happened, Ji Sky sighed and appeared all the much older with that deflated shoulder. Guya then told me Mrs. D doesn't have that sort of skill. Whatever she planned to do would end up killing my granddaughter. The mountains around the ruins were a tranquil calm with none willing to speak as they listened in to the whole story. As for the ending, they didn't need to guess because if Bai Yan were here then that meant the treatment was a success. Everyone knew how crazy Elder Sky could get if it's related to Song. If that girl really did die, he wouldn't be standing here and instead murdered the perpetrator for killing his only family member left. And then what? Fifth Elder got all edgy due to his peer for not continuing the story. You didn't ask for the details and injured the lady's mother, right? Ji Sky returned with a bitter smile and nodded. You know me, whenever I hear something bad about Song I would lose it. I had intended to go find Mrs. D and get an explanation but was blocked by Miss Ling Yan part way there. Afterwards, that's when Mrs. D's mother showed up as well from out of the blue. I was in a panic and didn't think things through, so I ended up hurting the other lady you saw going inside the ancient ruins. I really didn't mean to cause such a huge mistake. When the last words came out, a brief moment of silence fell upon this mountain once again, their eyes all looking towards the direction of the closed gate. There's worship in their eyes, and some were mixed with pure gratitude with shining light flickering from within. In their view, such a fine character of a woman deserves much respect. Not only did Bai Yan save Song, which proves her medicinal skills are beyond even that of Elder Sky, she also shut the gate in order to keep them safe here on the outside. How could they not be grateful when she's doing so much? However nice those opinions were, these idiots are in fact overthinking the matter. Truth was Bai Yan merely didn't want them to follow along and be deadweights. There's also the fact that she wanted a proper guardian for Ling Yan in case anyone attacks. Guya for one was a danger that she couldn't ignore. And then there's the other domains, who knows if they would send people over to assassinate her daughter while she's not looking. Yun Feng's peril. 6. Inside the ruins. Bai Yan's gaze flickered with light as she stared at the crossing bridge. Mother, wait here for me, I'll go test the terrain first. As soon as she said that, the Demon Queen's figure had already sped towards the other end of the bridge where the deep dark running water of the river flowed loudly beneath their feet. Due to her fast speed, Bai Ning couldn't catch on until the lady had already stood in the middle section. Like the information foretold, countless black mists began to materialize into existence as soon as this was done until it devoured her entire figure. There's something in there, countless dark hands trying to pull her into something beyond this world. Yen Yen. Bai Ning flew into shock. Wanting to save her daughter, this horrified mother didn't think twice and reached out with her hand to grab at dark mist. Unfortunately, instead of being devoured or grabbing hold of anything, her hands instead directly passed through the mass and out through the other side. Before long, the mist dissipated, leaving nothing but an empty bridge and a mother desperately crying out for a reply. Yen Yen. How did this happen? Yun Feng's situation is uncertain, and now my daughter's disappeared too. But why am I still standing here safe and sound? Bai Ning clenched her lips and became a headless being that didn't know where to go. She's circling around the bridge for any clue, anything that she could grasp upon for help. Surrounded by a white vastness after being dragged away, Bai Yen blindly strolled forward without aim at this strange world. It's then when her mind was about to fade away, a beam of light shot into her eyes, causing the woman to shield her sight with a hand to not be blinded. In light of the difficult view, the demon queen became like a moth, being drawn towards that brightness. Eventually she could no longer see anything aside from the light. Then abruptly, a hand grabbed her by the shoulder and dragged her out from the whiteness. Yen Yen, wake up, the voice sounded very familiar, and for that her heart trembled. Without hesitation, Bai Yen shot open her eyes and took in that handsome face. There's obvious worry in the man's expression. Yen Yen, you're finally awake. Bai Yen rubbed the temple as her head throbbed with pain. Warm in his voice, Heavenly loses his urgency and smiled. You were passed out just now. Yen Yen, how come you are here? And how did you find me? The woman fell into a daze as she tried to organize her head. So I passed out earlier. That white vastness should be my own subconsciousness then, and the light is probably Father's voice, otherwise I wouldn't have woken up so soon. Father. Bai Yen shot her hands up and tightly hooked it around Heavenly's neck, her face leaning in against the man's chest. You're all right, thank goodness. Along the way, she has been worried sick about Wen Yunfeng's well-being, whether he fell into danger or worse, died. That would no doubt hurt everyone to no ends. Yenner, why are you here? Yunfeng's peril, 7, that's a long story father, I came to this domain by accident. Prior to then, I didn't know Heavenly was you at all. Bai Yen loosened her arms around the man and stared upwards at that handsome yet mature face. What exactly happened after you left the Misty Fairy House? How come you never came back or searched for us? Heavenly made a surprised face but quickly lowered his head in thought. I left home in an attempt to find your mother. It's during my journey that I remembered my previous life and figured out I was Heavenly Flame, the monarch of the heavenly domain. Clenching her fist after that detail, Bai Yen gets all tense in the face. Then why didn't you come back to find us? Mother misses you so much, she's always thinking about you. Going stiff in the body, the man's eyes fell into a trance, recalling back to that enchanting female whom he dreamed about for years. Yes, Ninger and I haven't seen each for so long, now even our child has grown up and with child. Perhaps it's his mind remembering back to the happy times of his life. Heavenly's lip curved into an arcing smile. Yen Yen, it's not that father doesn't want to go see you and your mother, but I've made way too many enemies in the past life. In order to stop the endless war between all the domains, I had to forcibly seal away the path linking all the worlds. They all hate me for that. Unless I can solve these dangers, it's impossible to not drag you all into this mess. Reaching out, Bai Yen gently grasped onto her father's hand as she spoke. Father, you are so foolish sometimes. We are family, what difficulties can't we overcome? Do you not see me? I never back down before danger, why would I or any of our family care if there are more? Her strength has been growing, and so has her roster of enemies. If she were to be fearful of death then she would have long perished during her first encounter with the enemy. Chuckling at her daughter's strength, Heavenly shakes his head at himself. Yes, you are absolutely right Yen Yen, I've been foolish. It took me a while to realize that, and it's only thanks to a child by the name of Ling Yen to make me understand that part. Oh right, once we leave this place I will introduce her to you, she's so adorable, I'm sure you will love to meet her. Grinning mischievously like a fox, Bai Yen gets all devilish in her tone. When we get out of here, I also have a surprise for you, father. Father doesn't know Ling Yan is his granddaughter. I bet he will be quite taken to know he's gotten more grandchildren again. In order to avoid causing her old man from getting too impatient, the demon queen decides to keep the wonderful news till later. They're still stuck in the ruins, and rashness would only bring more harm to their situation. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see your surprise then. Heavenly bellowed out a laugh. Yen Yen, didn't Xiachen always want a little sister? Why don't you introduce those two? I bet they will be wonderful playmates. Revealing a strange light in her eyes, if there's an opportunity, of course. What opportunity is there need to be? They're siblings, they already know each other since birth. Not long after Bai Yen stood up from the ground, a loud roar suddenly reached their ears from a distance. Frowning, Heavenly's expression got serious. They're coming again. Coming again? Asked Bai Yen with a puzzled face. Making a small laugh at the situation, I've been here for months, and every half a month there would be a wave of monsters charging at me. Furthermore, I can't sense any essences of life in these creatures. It's like they're all puppets being controlled by something or someone. That roar you heard, it's the signal that half a month is here again. He's been here for months? If I remember correctly, he should have only been missing for a few days only. How did it turn into a few months from his mouth? Yunfeng's peril, 8, just as Bai Yen was musing over the inconsistency of the timeline, those monsters she heard had already come close enough to be in her view. At a glance, the demon queen could already notice the difference. They did not have a soul, more like a puppet machine that only knows how to kill that left the whole area muffled with a suffocating stench. To be clear, there are no signs of these creatures being controlled by anyone. Even so, she had no intentions of letting them kill her merely because they are acting on whatever wavelengths they are on. Drawing her godslayer from the waist, Bai Yan's gaze turned sharp and cold at the first monster that drew too close. Swish! Smooth and precise, she sliced the beast directly in half through the middle. Father, how about we compete on who can kill the most here? Chuckling at the idea, Heavenly found it quite entertaining. Okay. Today, me and my daughter will have a good competition on who can kill more. Even if these monsters are lifeless drones, they still bled like any living creature. However, what they lacked in pain receptors were made up by their strong awareness in sensing intruders. Before long, hordes of monsters were drawing closer and closer until even the sky had darkened. It's as if the world's about to be covered by these things. Unyielding and unrelenting, Bai Yen has never been one to cower before a challenge. Another slash with her godslayer, more were gutted with blood sprayed across the air. This woman's a genuine siege, destroying everything in her wake. Whatever advantage numbers had paled in comparison to her might. This was what Heavenly saw in his daughter as he took a glance after finishing his own target. Charming, mighty, powerful, a dazzling blur of red in this battlefield. How could this man not be happy to have such an incredible daughter? This was his child, his flesh and blood. In merely a few years of being apart, she's grown far beyond his wildest imagination. A proud father he was, and rightfully so. In a measly short hour, the hordes were decimated under the pair's might. There are innards littering the ground, red staining the dirt, and the stench of irony blood liquid filling the air that made the smell putrid to the nose. Despite this, the carnage could not compare to the bloodiness of Bai Yan's red dress. It's crimson, glowing even that oozes the stench of death and glory. I killed 55 monsters, father. Stabbing his own blade on the ground after wiping some of the blood off his forehead, Heavenly smiled. I killed 55 as well. Cocking her brow in surprise at the number, then that means it's a draw? Father, so these monsters will keep coming after half a month later? You certain about this? Bai Yen frowned as she scoped out the mountain of corpses here. She remembers this place being quite clean when she awoke, so what happened to those previous hordes of monsters? That's right, they will keep showing up at the half-month mark. Their strength will also grow with every wave. As for the corpses, you can just ignore them, they will disappear on their own along with the blood on our clothes after a while. The way Heavenly said that showed he's become accustomed to this pattern. Another proof that he's been fighting and not lying. How come you never thought about leaving this place? Bai Yan's already wrinkled forehead tightened further. It's within reason for her to be perplexed. If the timeline here moved faster than the outside, then he should have tried to leave a while back. Why stay and continue this fruitless fight? Then there's the detail about the monsters growing stronger with every wave. It would be a matter of time before those things grow so powerful that they would fail to fend off. It's a dead end if this continues. How can I not want to leave? Heavenly makes a bittersweet smile and shook his head. But look around, Yen. Do you see an exit? I've searched the terrain and the mountain ranges already. It always led me back to this spot somehow. That's when I thought, perhaps the way to leave is to kill enough of these mindless monsters. Maybe then the exit will appear. Collapsed ruin, 1. Bai Yan got all quiet. It's too dangerous to go on like this, and she doesn't believe there's truly no exit to reach the outside world. There must be a way, they merely haven't found it yet. Father, come with me, I don't believe there's no way out of this big place. Her eyes fell upon the big blue sky, those eyes carrying a determined light as they narrowed in. Unbeknownst to herself, the delay in here would have astronomical effects on the outside world by the time they actually leave. It's been several months since Bai Yan went deep into the ruins for the special rescue operation, and during this period the pipsqueak had never once left her spot on which she sat. Many tried to persuade her to go back to the manor so she doesn't have to endure the harsh weather, but each time the child would refuse the request by stubbornly sitting on the rock she picked. G Sky naturally worried for the security of the monarch manor after spending so much time away. However, he also knew he couldn't just leave this precious girl here in the wilderness. As such, the senior had no choice but to task Fifth Elder to go back first while he waited around the ruins with Ling Yan. And since Bai Yan's departure, Di Ling Yan hadn't said much at all, nor has she eaten a single bite of food in months. Fortunately for her though, even if she doesn't eat for months, she would remain unharmed thanks to the nourishment of the spirit particles in the air. Miss Ling Yan, your mother will be all right, so please eat something. Your body can't go on like this. It doesn't take much for everyone to notice the oddity with the pipsqueak's constitution. If it were an ordinary cultivator, then they wouldn't have much issue if they don't eat for months, but he couldn't sense an ounce of spirit particle in this girl's body. That meant she's not a cultivator and was keeping herself sustained through natural means. I'm going to wait for Mother, that's the first reply she's given to Elder Sky in these few months. Instead of being delighted at the response though, the senior only grew more worried. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Bai Yan entrusted her daughter to me, I can't let her suffer like this. If not, why don't we go back to the Monarch Manor and wait there? G Sky tries again after much deliberation. No, if Mother doesn't come back then I won't leave. If she doesn't come back for life then I won't ever leave this spot. But, G Skies, I became grim over that statement. Right as he's about to say more, a loud bang suddenly cuts him off and causes everyone to look over to the source. At that moment, the original standing ruins suddenly fell apart and came crashing down in a roar. Everyone was stunned by this disastrous display, not able to understand what's going on and why it's happening. Di Ling Yan was equally as shocked, but that shock quickly transformed into horror and fear as she bolted for the rubble. Mother, grandmother. Her tears flowed down those cheeks, the expression desperate and panicking. It's dangerous. G Sky flew into absolute shock and hurried forward to grab at the girl's little arm. He's equally as urgent but carried more control in the voice. You can't go over there, it's too dangerous. You let me go. The voice of the pipsqueak sounded angry. I want to be with Mother, I want to be with Mother forever. Collapsed ruin, too, Mother said she will come back. She believes in her mother, that's why the pipsqueak would never leave. SSSSZZZ. G Sky hissed a breath of cold air as he stared in astonishment at his own hand then. It's red from being burned from making contact with Di Ling Yan's skin. Out of reflex, the old senior wanted to retract his hand to avoid the heat, but thankfully he woke up in the nick of time and refused to let go. You big baddie, let go of me, I'm going to find Mother, I'm going to find my mother. Crying out loudly, Di Ling Yan continues to struggle from that hand holding onto her shoulder. As a result of this, her anger coincided with the rising temperature. If before the senior felt like he's holding a fireball, then right now he's definitely holding molten lava. Even so, Elder Sky knew he mustn't let go of this girl. Otherwise, she may disappear into the ruins forever. Before long, under this constant struggle, the crumbling slabs of the ancient ruin finally fell apart in its entirety. Now there stood nothing but a flat mass of rocks and the occasional metallic sheen of whatever that was before the collapse. Miss Ling Yen. Elder Sky saw an opening after the pipsqueak grew tired and quickly wrapped both his hands around her tiny body, his eyes equally as grim. This place is too dangerous. We must first go back to the Monarch Manor to determine our next course of action. I'm not leaving. Mother will come back. I promise to wait here until she does. Miss Ling Yen, I said I'm not leaving. Raging with inferno, even the temperature around the pipsqueak had started to broil over. Perhaps it's the heat, or the distressing situation of the end result of the rubble before their eyes, but the old senior's grip around the struggling girl's shoulder gradually loosened since the main danger has passed. Ling Yen may be small, but she's always been a stubborn one like her mother. Sluggish and swaying as she hobbled forward, the extreme sadness muffled any cry she would have had right now. This was despite the fact that she kept falling and scraping her knee. Any other time she would have cried at the sting. Mother, don't you want me anymore? She squirmed forward, appearing all powerless and lost. Ling Yen will be very good. I won't make Mother angry, so. Can you come back, okay? Answering her plea was nothing but the rustling wind of the leaves and the leveled rocks. This kid, it's painful to see her this sensible. G Sky didn't try to console her anymore and merely stood in silence on the back. He knows words would only make the pain hurt all the more right now. Pulling herself up from the ground, the pipsqueak suddenly forces a smile from that dull-looking face. Ling Yen believes in Mother. She has never lied to me. Mother will definitely come back. If from the beginning Elder Sky only believed the monarch only favored this child due to her adorable appearance, then right now he's of the opinion it's due to her personality. That level of trust and sensibility was a rare attribute no matter one's age. Path to escape. 1. Miss Ling Yen, are you hurt anywhere? Do you need me to take a look for you? Elder Sky sighed and asked. Ling Yen shook her head, the childish voice landing with force. Mother suffered so much in her life. How can I be weak when I'm Mother's daughter? Her sight never once left the flattened ruins when saying this. She's proud like Bai Yen, that's why she won't allow herself to be treated as a weakling even in spirit. Then G Sky wanted to ask if she's willing to go back with him then, but his words never made it out of those lips before the child formed a smirk. I'm going to wait for Mother, and if she doesn't come out then I won't go. She believes that her mother would always come back. If she came out and didn't see her right away, Ling Yen was certain Bai Yen would be very worried. Seeing this, G Sky no longer said more about the topic. Sitting down right next to the child, his voice was loving and doting. In that case I will stay here with you, we will both wait for them to come out. On a vast stretch of grassland, Bai Yen weakly leans in with her back against a tree to rest, her red dress sticky and filthy from the bloody sweat incurred by the battle. What just happened? She asks her father that's standing to one side. Just now after they dealt with the new wave of monsters, she felt a sudden sinking feeling from nowhere. At first the demon queen got very worried, but that sensation only lasted for a brief second before disappearing. I don't know. Heavenly responds, his face equally as grim despite the mighty and heroic contour. Narrowing in her eyes, Bai Yen wiped some of the sweat from the forehead and got up to cautiously scan the world around themselves. They've been here for quite some time already. Despite knowing the time was warped compared to the outside world, it doesn't change the fact that she's starting to get very worried. What's more, they've still yet to figure out an exit for this place. And then there's her mother Bai Ning and her daughter Ling Yen waiting on the outside. Father, we've been here for some time now. If this continues then Mother will definitely begin to worry for us. I believe some drastic measures must be taken if we are to ever leave this place. Heavenly made quite the bitter smile, fully understanding what his daughter was implying. You've seen it for yourself, there are no exits in sight. The area will also change and manipulate our sense of direction if we move. What's your plan though? I felt a sinking sensation earlier during the end of the wave. Bai Yan's sight converged upon the supposed sky above their heads. What's your thought about me breaking apart this sky? They couldn't stay here any longer. These monsters are growing increasingly more powerful to the point where they too are feeling the strain. Perhaps the next wave would be too much for them to resist anymore. Breaking the sky? Heavenly appears startled by the idea. Although he does not know how long the outside world had passed, but the guy knew enough that they've been in this ruin for years already based on the number of waves they fought thus far. And during this entire period, his thoughts were always on the ground, the floor. Never once did he thought about breaking apart the sky and going that route. Would it work? Path to escape, too, since this time Bai Yan has raised the point. Maybe. They could try. Okay, what do you need Father here to do? Heavenly slightly nods as affirmation. No matter what kind of attempt Bai Yan makes, as a father, he must support her. No need, I'm just giving it a try. I don't know if it will work out. Casually raising her hand, Bai Yan summons her Godslayer out and wields it with grace as she locked onto the sky. Immediately, a light blade suddenly shot out of the sword and flew towards the open blueness. If at first she didn't pay attention to the blue sky here, then that changed the moment she felt that sinking sensation. She clearly saw the rippling in that ceiling. It's like a curtain, an illusionary mirage to blind their eyes from reality. That's why she's able to figure out the exit must be up there and not on the ground. Rips, so it's like that. Exactly like Bai Yan suspected, the second her energy blade made contact with the ceiling, it ripped apart down the middle in the same manner as a canvas being sliced. Both individuals revealed an uncontrolled joy on their faces at the sight. Even if countless monsters suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky and surrounded them in the middle, it still didn't dampen their delight, for they knew the direction has been found. These are all flying monsters, one of them, it's at the Divine Lord rank like me Yen Yen. Heavenly's expression grew solemn at the sight of the creature, but his lips remained smiling nevertheless. How powerful was the owner of this ancient ruin? They must be much stronger than I am if they're able to control puppets at the level of a monarch like myself. Father, my instincts were right, the way to leave this ruin is through the ceiling, but, clutching her Godslayer, Bai Yan's lip arcs into a smirking grin, it looks like we won't be able to leave so easily. That big one up there is clearly the final boss in charge of guarding the ruins. Father isn't entirely wrong, it seems, about his theory of defeating all these puppets. It's likely the exit will show itself anyways once we defeat the final wave. Regardless, we merely accelerated the process. Yen Yen, I'll handle the strongest one up there, can you stall the rest while I fight? Although the other monsters are not as strong as himself, but they're no small fries either. At the very least, the rest are very close to being Divine Lord level monsters too. Then coupled with the weaker creatures further out of the encirclement, this horde was nothing to scoff at. I can handle it. Bai Yan's voice sounded unyielding and powerful. If there's only one way out of this place, she would face any enemy and never back down. Ha ha ha. Heavenly bellows out a hearty laugh and grinned with pride. That's my daughter. In this life, I can ask for no better. My only regret is not being able to give you and your mother what you both deserve, but now I can at least do this much to redeem myself a bit. Seeing the flying monsters getting closer and closer, Heavenly gives one final glance at that perfect face to sear the image into his mind. He doesn't want to let this go, but he also knows the risk he's taking today. He might not survive to see another day if things don't pan out. But don't worry Yen Yen, your father I will make sure you somehow get out of here. Even if it means being buried here for good, nothing will keep me from being a parent. He owes her too much that not even a lifetime would be enough to compensate. What's more, she's his only daughter, someone who's suffered so much because of his own folly in the past. Simply dying was the least he could do as a failure of a parent. Path to escape, 3, today, as long as I'm alive, I'm going to send my daughter out of this place. Even if the price is my obliteration. The man's voice rocked the air itself, and how arrogant and mighty it sounded. His momentum acted in accordance as well and exploded into an undefeatable form. It's unknown how, but the news of Heavenly Flame's disappearance had swept through the countless outer domains by this point. As a result, Many of the monarchs who were originally watching from afar regarding the situation of the waning seal could no longer stand idle. They began to send their men into this domain in force. To be clear, it's not the first time these monarchs attacked Heavenly's turf. The difference would be that they never did manage to succeed thanks to G Sky and the other deceased elders in charge. However, that's quickly coming to an end, for the last attack only failed thanks to the man himself returning for good. Now that the opportunity has opened itself up again, there's no way they wouldn't take it. After all, they hated Heavenly to the bone for sealing them away in their own realms. While Ji Sky and Ling Yen quietly sat there in the valley awaiting the return of their important ones, a loud urgent voice suddenly cut in from above. "Elder Sky, things are not looking good." Hearing this voice of anxious urgency, the old senior's face furrowed up and focused onto the blue-colored dress. "Second Elder, how come you are here?" "Elder Sky, the monarchs of the other domains have invaded. At the rate things are going, our forces will fall." The one speaking was none other than Elder Butterfly, the only female leader of the Monarch Manor. She's come at the behest of the others who are fighting heroically to defend their home right now. If not for that, she too wouldn't want to disturb the pair here. "What did you say?" G Sky's face got very ugly then, his old expression wrinkling up into a red prune. "How did the other domains get wind of our liege's disappearance?" "Those blasted bastards. First it's traitors among their ranks who acted as spies for the enemy in the past, and now there's another spy leaking information out to the other domains." How could he not be angry when the previous invasion costed his son and daughter-in-law's life? "Let's go, we're getting rid of those bastards now." Right as the old senior was about to leave, he suddenly recalled there's also the little pipsqueak behind himself. As a result, the grandpa hesitated and grew troubled. "Miss Ling Yen, would you like to come with me?" The pipsqueak stubbornly shakes her head. "I'm staying here to wait for Mother." "If Grandpa Sky has something to do, it's okay to leave me here." "Path to escape, 4, this won't do. I promised your mother to look after you. I can't leave you alone and not care." G Sky's frown had now caused his wrinkles to become deep gashes, which also magnified his worry and hesitation. On one hand, if he doesn't go and help the Monarch Manor, then it would be destroyed. By then countless deaths and injuries would occur. This includes his own granddaughter Song, who stayed behind at home. But if he leaves this place though, that would mean he's leaving behind this pipsqueak after he promised to look after her in Baiyan's stead. No matter what he chooses, the result would hurt one or the other side. Carrying her lovely face to look up at the old grandpa, "You should leave, you cannot let Sister Song be in danger, and the Monarch Manor's people are also Grandpapa's subordinate. I do not want to be the reason they get hurt. Grandpapa Heavenly is so kind to me, I mustn't be a drag on him for selfish reasons. But I also can't leave this place. I know Mother will be worried if she comes out and don't see me." "Elder Sky, your strength is the strongest aside from the monarch himself. Only you can ensure the security of everyone over there. Don't worry, I will stay behind and watch over Miss Ling Yen." Elder Butterfly smiles and LCKI with the pipsqueak before nodding. "Nothing will happen while under my watch, I promise this." In terms of power, Butterfly would be second among her peers, weaker only by Elder Sky. "Okay." G Sky mused over the idea for a second and agreed. Bringing Ling Yen back with him to the manor may not be the best option. After all, if a fight breaks out, he may not necessarily be able to protect her. If Elder Butterfly is willing to stay behind to care for her, then it's the best he could ask for. "Miss Ling Yen, I will quickly deal with those attackers and return. Please stay with Elder Butterfly while I'm away." The old senior casts an uneasy look at the child. Due to the twitching in his eye, G Sky didn't wait and hurried off out of worry for his own granddaughter Song. Just like that, he's gone after turning himself into a yellow bolt of lightning. Actually, the little pipsqueak gently scratched the sand with her tiny finger, her voice soft and tiny. Grandpa Sky isn't such a bad person. She could somewhat understand why the senior would behave so stubborn and rude since it's related to Song, but the displeasure of her grandmother by Ning being hurt still made her unhappy inside. If the little pipsqueak drags her face by propping it against one of her palm, if Mother and Grandmother forgives him, then I will too. Surprised by the remark, Butterfly suddenly found herself wanting to chuckle at that childish behavior. What if your mother and grandmother don't forgive him? The woman smiled and gave the child a rub on the head. Looking up with those curious eyes, a clever light beamed out of them like a fox. In that case, I won't forgive him either, that's obvious. Speechless now, Butterfly helplessly shakes her head in amusement. Mrs. D is such a lucky woman to have such a wonderful daughter. Exactly then, the woman's finger froze from out of the blue, her eyes popping in shock as her body turned rigid. Slowly looking up, what appeared inside her vision was an old man in white standing not far away. He got there without her sensing him at all until now. Path to escape, 5. Perhaps it's the dispute between Gu Yen and Bai Yen from before, but Butterfly did not like this encounter at all and even found the old man in front of herself especially dangerous. Gu Lao, why are you here? Forming a smile at the question, the old and deceptive senior waves his hand like it's nothing special. Elder Butterfly, there's no need to be so wary of me, I'm merely here at the bequest of Elder Sky whom I encountered along the way. He's changed his mind about leaving Miss Ling Yen and asked me to bring her back. Staring at the calm and fake face, the female elder didn't believe that story one bit. Narrowing in her eyes, Miss Ling Yen does not wish to leave, nor do I believe your story. Not to mention Elder Sky would never hand such a task to you. That's within expectations. Gu Lao never expected his lie to work anyways. After all, if this female elder could be so easily deceived then she wouldn't be called second elder of the Monarch Manor. It's just that. Gu Lao's heart would nevertheless feel like it's being devoured by ants merely at the sight of Ling Yen being so well protected. It's unfair and stealing the love away from his milady Guya. Auntie Butterfly, Di Ling Yen pursed her lips and turned to the old senior with a finger pointed out. Is he trying to kidnap me so that the bad woman can eat Ling Yen? Popping her eyes at the sudden and strange question, Butterfly looks down in shock. Why would you say that? That bad woman kept trying to abduct me whenever she sees Ling Yen. If she's not trying to eat me then what other reason is there? I bet I taste very delicious. The pipsqueak proudly cocks her chin up like being delicious was something worthy of gloating. I will wait for mother to come back, I won't go with these bad people. Twitching in the mouth, Butterfly got to hand it to this little one. Okay, I won't let anyone take you away, especially not this guy. She promised Elder Sky that she would not let anything happen to the pipsqueak. Even if she gets hurt, she won't go back on that vow. Gu Lao's complexion sank into a dark grim look. Butterfly, it's too dangerous to keep this little lass near the monarch, especially her mother and grandmother, they're definitely up to no good. Do you want them to take over the Monarch Manor or something? Getting cold in her face with a sneer on those lips. Watch your tongue there, Gu Lao. Who do you think you or Guya is? You're nothing but individuals adopted by the Monarch Manor in the past. Elder Sky already told us of Guya's origin, merely someone saved by the monarch at one point and then refused to leave no matter how we tell her to. What qualification does she and you have in dictating who gets to stay in the Monarch Manor? Truth was Butterfly never had a biased opinion of Guya before. Even if Guya did steal the credit away from the elders by eavesdropping on their plan of summoning Heavenly back to their domain, the female elder merely believed the other side was too urgent and didn't think too much of it. However, the recent events of Guya showing indiscriminate injustice towards Bai Yen told her that's not the case. Against such a jealous person, Butterfly only had disgust and nothing less and nothing more. 0 is equal to 0, what do you know? Gu Lao grew furious glared at the female. Milady merely loves the monarch far too much. What is wrong with loving a person? I will definitely grant my Mrs. wish, she will definitely become the mistress of the Monarch Manor, ha ha ha. At the end of the day, Gu Lao has fallen into the realm of madness with his face overtaken by hatred. As long as these people don't exist anymore then the monarch will be Milady's. No one can take away the happiness that belongs to her. Ling Yen. Sensing the murderous intent coming off of Gu Lao, Butterfly subconsciously pulls the child behind herself. Making an alarmed face, you think you're my opponent? Path to escape, 6, ho ho. Gu Lao sarcastically laughed aloud. The fact that I came proves that I have left my life aside. For my lady, I'm willing to give my all. My life was saved by the lady. Even if this time I must die and be buried here today, I'm willing. Butterfly felt it right after that statement. Energy swelled out of the aftershock from the power release, which made the woman's cheeks sting from the burst alone. "What did you do?" she asked with gritted teeth, that face pale and alarmed by the drastic difference in their levels. "I said so before, I will help my miss win her love." Gu Lao's momentum surged as he slowly strode towards Butterfly. "Don't worry, no one will know or find out you were here once we're done, and if the monarch does find out, I will take the full blame. No one can hurt the lady." The female elder's eyes turned dark. "Does Guya know about this?" "Of course not. How could an excellent and kind person like her allow me to do something this harmful?" Gu Lao sneered. "I came without telling her anything, this is my own decision." That made the female elder laugh hysterically. Contemptuous in the eye, kind? Excellent? If she really is so excellent, then she should be able to let go when it's time and not entangle herself with the monarch. If she is so kind, then why did she malign Mrs. D before? She also tried to use Elder Sky's hand to remove her rival. What's kind about that? This is the first time I've seen such an excellent and kind woman, all right. Unbeknownst to the two confronting opponents, the child whom one wants to protect and the other wants to kill had started to behave strangely. She's still the cute and adorable self, but those eyes had a very unnatural way to them. It's as if there's something in there, something which shouldn't belong. Ling Yan, after dropping that remark, Butterfly bows down to whisper into the child's ear, "I will keep this old thing busy. You run first and find a place to hide, Elder Sky will come really soon." Ling Yan did not respond to that, only staring at the old senior with a burning flame slowly growing bigger in those eyes. "Stop me?" No matter how small her voice was in that whisper, Gu Lao could still hear it with his ears. Sneering with a dismissive gesture, "I used a special forbidden Dan pill to increase my strength. It won't be so easy if you think you can stop me." Dan pill? Cocking her brow, Butterfly figured it must be something he took before coming. She never saw him consume a pill once she noticed him, so that's the most logical explanation. "What kind of pill did you take?" she asked after musing over the news. Guffawing a laugh, "That you don't need to know, it's something I got many years ago. This is a good opportunity for me to test its effectiveness, so accept your fate. Aside from Elder Sky and the Monarch, there's no one here that I fear anymore." She needed no warning to understand she's not an opponent for Gu Lao anymore. That violent air surging out of the old man was unlike anything she's seen in the guy. That proves he's not lying. Likely the pill he took was some sort of suicidal drug for a vast increase in power for burning his life force or something. It's not the first time this female elder seen something like that. Swish. It's exactly then Gu Lao finally attacked with whistling power, charging at the pair of females. Path to escape, 7. Butterfly rushed to push Ling Yan aside so she doesn't get caught in the crossfire. Boom. Gu Lao's fist made a direct hit onto the female's chest using this opening, causing her to stumble several big steps backward. There's blood hanging out from the corner of her lips due to the injury. To think his strength would become this powerful after using some forbidden drug. No matter, I only need to drag this out until the effects expire. Such drugs always had a huge drawback. By then I will counter and beat him. Anti-Butterfly, watch out. The pipsqueak cries out after seeing the foe attempts to follow up with a second attack. Every punch Gu Lao threw was a storm in of itself, unmanageable and unstoppable. Butterfly's already found it difficult to cope with the barrage of hits. It only got worse when she noticed Ling Yan trying to run over again. Using a panicking voice, "Go now Ling Yan, run." Due to the little tumble from earlier, Ling Yan's appearance was like a helpless baby that needs to be cuddled and protected in the way she moved. It's reasonable to say she's able to melt hearts with that weak image. I really don't get why this bastard would hold such extreme hate towards her. Does this bastard not have any shame? Gu Lao did not care one bit about the girl's appearance, he only wants to kill both of them right now. Pulling his sword right off the ground, he strikes down for the third time in a single moon slash at Butterfly to take her head. Unable to react in time, the female elder in her haste did the only reaction she could think of and reached up with both hands to catch that blade. She caught it, but only barely as the blade cut partly into her palm, thus allowing the blood to flow. There are trickles of red dripping down onto the female's head and onto her eyes. Snarling with cynical sarcasm, "Gu Lao, are you really going to do this?" Now the tip of that sword was only inches away from her temple, a short thrust away from slicing right through that skull. Surprisingly, the question caused the old senior to hesitate for a second. There's no lie in him hating Ling Yan, but he's worked with Butterfly for many years. Does he really want to kill her? The answer would of course be a no. But then suddenly, the splitting image of Guya desperately pleading for help and crying with sadness ripped at his old heart once again. Whatever hesitation or softening of his heart swept away in that second, replaced only by the cold hardness of a murderer. If you two don't die, then how can Milady become the monarch's wife? Back then it was Elder Sky who gossiped to the monarch's ear and ruined it all. If not for that, she would have long become the mistress of the monarch manor. There never would have been the opportunity for her to be hurt by the likes of you or those rotten outsiders. Gritting her teeth with erupting anger after what she heard, Butterfly stopping trying to stop the sword with both her palms and instead directly grabbed hold of the blade with her fingers to stop it from moving 1 inch closer. His monarchness hates it when someone tries to control him. The fact that he didn't choose Guya proves that he didn't like her. Whose heavenly flame? A man that could seal the other domains away using his own strength alone. Why would he be swayed by some simple gossip? No one could dictate what that man does. Nonsense. Gu Lao's eyes flared with anger. It's the fault of you all, you're the all hindering their love, it's all your fault. Losing all sense of his sanity, the old bastard flexes his muscle even hard and attempts to cut off those hands directly to reach Butterfly's head. As hard as the female elder tried to repel the blade with her own flesh and bone there, she's no match for this drug-induced Gu Lao. His strength has exceeded her own using that pill. It would just be a matter of time before it's over at this rate. Baddie, you let go of Auntie Butterfly. It's unknown when, but the pipsqueak had ran over to the old scumbag's leg by then and opened her mouth to take one huge bite at that arm. Path to escape, 8. The little girl's teeth were very sharp, so it easily pierced through Gu Lao's skin and caused his blood to flow down the child's mouth. Ah. Originally this bite did not have much strength to it, so he would normally make a frown at the annoyance, but for some reason, those teeth were searing hot. It's burning his skin, and that's what made the old guy flinch and loosen the grip. In his rage, Gu Lao ruthlessly tosses the child's side with a fling. Clang! The long sword in his also fell to the ground after being let go, thus causing a metallic sound on contact. As bloodied as her hands were, Butterfly did not have the time to worry about her own injuries right now and quickly ran over to check up on Ling Yan, who fell headfirst to the ground. She's extremely worried for the pipsqueak's health. "Miss Ling Yan, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Coming out of her daze, Ling Yan slowly shook her head and got up under the woman's help. Glaring fiercely at the bastard, "Don't bully Auntie Butterfly, and don't bully my mother and grandmother. If you do, I will bite you to death." Baring her teeth, she attempts to act all ferocious to only end up all the more cuter. Under such an appearance, no one would have ever have imagined she's a little witch who had just bitten someone's arm. "Who exactly are you?" Gu Lao's sight finally shifted from Butterfly to Ling Yan. There's a scorched color on his arm, which was clearly not bitten, but burned out. In all the years he's lived, this was the first time he encountered such sharp teeth and a girl that can heat up like a pyre. "I'm my mother's daughter, don't you know?" Ling Yan pats away the dust from her dress, those eyes still very much irate. "I don't care why you are looking to make trouble for Mother and me, but you won't be allowed to hurt Mother or her people. If you do, I will set them on fire and burn them. When Big Brother is around, it's he who protects Mother. Since Big Brother isn't around, then it's up to me to guard her." "Humph, nothing but an inexperienced baby." Gu Lao shouts this aloud with an ironic sneer. "Even your mother may not necessarily be my opponent, let alone you who can only heat up. As long as I keep my distance, then you can't do a thing." The old man raised his hand and instantly the long sword which he held before flew right back into his palm from the ground. With a swing, he aims it directly at the pipsqueak for the kill. Ling Yan didn't move and simply gawked her eyes there. She only knows how to bite people and then set them on fire. No one ever told her what to do in this situation. If Big Brother is here, he will definitely know what to do, he will find a way. Suddenly, the pipsqueak's eyes shrank due to what occurred in front of herself. Standing in her way was Butterfly with her long blue dress. That outfit was a beautiful gown to begin with, but right now, the blossoming spectacle of blood gave it an even more dazzling look of a flowery pattern on her chest. Likewise, Gu Lao also didn't expect this and showed an incredulous look as he pulled the sword out of the female elder's body. The senior was equally as startled by this outcome. Why? Butterfly, who is always cold and disregarding of things around herself, would throw her own life away for a little child she just met? Why? Auntie Butterfly? Still taken aback by the outcome, Di Ling Yen did the only thing that came to mind and quickly ran over to help support the crumbling figure. Sadly, with her small arms and stature, the pipsqueak could hardly hold the woman up despite all her efforts. Admiration, 1, falling into the pipsqueak's arm. Butterfly's bleeding blood quickly stained the child's snowy white dress as well once they're on the ground together. Auntie Butterfly, without hesitation, Di Ling Yen promptly pulled out a dagger from her waist and placed the blade against her wrist and cut it. Blood trickled down her tender little hand, allowing the drops of red fluid to fall onto the female elder's open chest wound. As hard as it was to keep her eyes open, Butterfly did manage to take in a glimpse of the situation. She saw the kid cutting herself for some unknown reason. However, the woman quickly understood why once the warm current flowed into her chest following the powerful life force entering her soul. Auntie Butterfly, don't sleep, Ling Yen will save you, you must not sleep. Red in the eye, the underlying tears refused to come out of the corner of the eye due to that stubbornness. Gu Lao felt a huge punch to his own guts when seeing that despised child going this far. He never expected a villainous character to use their own blood to save another. As such, his original attack of slashing down at the pipsqueak stalled in midair and held it there. For the second time in this fight, the old bastard fell into a loss. He's swaying in his decision to continue this, for he knows how cruel and vile his own actions are right now. However, like the previous relapse, his mind soon imagined the helpless and poor image of Guya pleading to him to, like some sort of whisper, telling him to do it, just do it and everything would be finished. Whatever guilt or sanity he had got swept away in that instant, transforming into a ruthless and murderous gaze that locked onto the child once more. He's truly fallen. No matter what this little girl does, she's the one who broke Milady's heart, she must die. Acting like she couldn't see the person already behind herself with that weapon, Di Ling Yen continues to let her blood run down onto Butterfly's wound. At the rate she's going, that visible wound would soon recover. This scene caused Gu Lao to squint in his eyes due to the surprise of her blood's ability. Despite this, the surprise only lasted for a second before his lips evoked into a sneer. Miss Ling Yen, don't move, I'll let you die in the least painful way. But if you resist, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my hand properly and might slip. The pipsqueak did not respond. She's invested all her heart into saving the severely injured Butterfly. Whatever the old bastard wants to do was of no importance to herself. Seeing Ling Yen did not speak, Gu Lao figured any talks were over. Snorting coldly, he promptly stabs down with his long sword at the child's body. But his sword had not yet fallen when a burst of flame suddenly gushed forward from that tiny figure. The flame acted like a barrier, protecting the little girl's body from all outside attacks. This, Gu Lao became stunned, his eyes deep with shock. What is going on here? Suddenly, he recalled back to the moment where the girl bit his arm. The temperature was already mad hot to the point where even he had to flinch due to the heat. This little girl, what's her origin? The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. Growing firmer than ever without any hint of hesitation from the hearts down, the old bastard knew he must do this without fail. Otherwise, a great disaster would befall Guya afterwards. Understanding this, he wields his sword and draws an arc in the air, creating a violent current with the momentum and slashed down with fury. This strike carried his all. In this lifetime, he's never exhausted so much power in one slash, so he's confident it would work. Sure enough, the flaming barrier could not withstand the blow. Di Ling Yen shot out like a bullet and fell several meters away from the impact, leaving the child ragged like a broken doll. She's simply laying there helplessly on the dirt without movement. Admiration. 2. Ancient ruins. Under the gray ominous sky, Bayan's heart suddenly soared with pain, causing her hand to instinctively clench the chest as her face turned palish white. Yen Yen? Heavenly's quickly got ugly after noticing her daughter's chance. First blocking the sharp claw from the monster attacking himself, he flew away to come before the woman. He's very worried and tense in the eyes, for he knows something bad must have happened to make this proud daughter of his to behave this way. What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Giving a shake of her head, I don't know what's going on, father, we have to get out of this place as soon as possible. I feel like something very bad is happening in which we can't see. Something bad? The man wanted to ask for more details to get to the bottom of this, but quickly tossed the idea aside. He could see they don't have the spare time since the hordes of monsters were already attacking again. What's more, the crack in the sky was letting more and more of these things through, which only emphasized the dangerous situation they are in. Biting his teeth, sweetie, you leave first, I will draw the attention of these monsters. Originally he wanted to kill the leading creature that's on equal footing to his own first, but now it's apparent the plan needs to change. Naturally, the demon queen wouldn't just leave her own father behind to deal with this horde, but right now the ominous sensation was killing her inside. She's certain something must have happened to Ling Yan, perhaps something terrible. Just imagining that possibility was enough to drive her insane. Father, I will definitely come back and help you. When she finds Ling Yan, she would definitely return. Go with confidence, I'll be all right. Heavenly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he raised his palm towards the sky. In a roaring boom, a wall of earth promptly rose from the ground and cut the horde off from Bayan's spot. As someone who used the earthen wall, the guy naturally stayed on the other side to act as a shield. What are you waiting for? Seeing how Bayan was not moving, the man wrinkled his brow and yelled. As painful as it was, the demon queen finally relented and began to rise into the air for the crack. The mood only got more oppressive the closer she got to the crack. Then suddenly, right before she could make it through the monsters blocking her way, a pillar of fire shot out at her from above. In her haste, the demon queen only knew to dodge to one side and narrowly avoided the fire. But she couldn't catch her breath though. More and more flames were coming at her in sequence. Whip after whip, blast after blast, this was no better than fighting the monsters on the ground. Ling Yan is still waiting for me, I have to leave this place right now. Growing firm in the face, she ignores the danger of taking a direct hit and plowed right through it all with a giant release of her full might. She could see it now once she's inside that crack. There's darkness, but there's also a brightness at the end. Hope, that was the word she thought of at the whiteness. Whatever worry she had swiftly evaporated, for she knew she's guessed right. Without incident, she was back, directly standing atop of the wooden bridge like she was never gone in the first place. It's a strange feeling. One second she's flying through a dark void inside the crack, the next she's simply standing here like she's come out of a daze. I'm out? Did I really leave that place? What's going on here? Did I just get teleported back, or was it all a dream? It's so calm here, like the time I spent fighting with father is a dream I made up. Admiration. 3. Yen Yen. A voice of joy came from behind. Bai Yen instantly swung herself around and saw that familiar face. There's pure excitement that's akin to someone recovering their lost treasure. However, right as the demon queen wanted to open her mouth and say something, she got cut off by a tense hug from the other person. She could tell right away due to that trembling arm, her mother Bai Ning was scared. It didn't help either that her should have become soaked with tears a few seconds later. Thank goodness you're back. Yun Feng is already in danger. I don't want to lose my only daughter too. Such pain, I can't bear it. Mother, were you here the entire time after I left? Bai Yen asks with pressed lips. Too fearful to let go of those hands, Bai Ning nods profusely like a panicking mother. You suddenly disappeared, so I've been looking for you in the ruins. It's been 3 months since you were gone. 3 months? A trance took over the demon queen's mind at those 2 words. It's been 3 months. Then how long did me and father spend inside that place? Mother, we don't have time to talk, something might have happened to Ling Yan. We must leave this ruin immediately. Furthermore, she also needs to return to save her own father, so time was imperative here. What did you say? Bai Ning's face suddenly changed for the worse, her hand openly shaking as the grandmother gasped with horror. You said something happened to Ling Yan? How could that have happened? Didn't you entrust her to that elder Sky? Ji Sky's personality or way of handling things didn't sit well with either lady, but there's no question about the old senior's strength. There are unlikely anyone capable of getting past that old man unless he wills it. I don't know, I only got this sinking feeling that it's bad. My intuition has always been strong, so I can't ignore this. That said, the demon queen reached back with a hand towards her own chest on where the heart lies. Mother, we need to leave now. The ominous sensation has grown to the point she could barely stay put anymore. She's seriously afraid she might be too late. Yet instead of moving right away, Bai Ning's face got extremely white as she stood there. Noticing this strangeness, Mother, what's wrong? Perhaps the voice of her own precious daughter finally brought the grandmother back to reality. First making a distraught face, Bai Ning spoke with a stuttering, Yan, after you were gone, I began to panic and searched high and low for you. Then I recalled it was Ditsang who sent me here, so I was certain he could somehow locate you. But when I wanted to go outside and find a way to contact him, the ruins suddenly started to collapse. The exit, it was sealed off at that time. Ditsang sent my mother here to the heavenly domain? Bai Yan became shocked by this detail. Those enemies which attacked the demon realm still hasn't been eradicated, so there's no way Ditsang could leave unless he hands their sons off to someone reliable. Since there's no one at that caliber, Bai Yan understood her husband wouldn't be able to help. But what's the deal with sending Bai Ning over? When did that guy have such an ability? Of course, these problems weren't the main issue right now, saving Ling Yan was. Does that mean I can't get out of the ruins? Bai Ning smiled bitterly, that might be the case. Yan, there's a likely chance we won't be able to leave. Impossible. Bai Yan punched a stone pillar nearby out of frustration. I refuse to believe that. I must leave right now, Ling Yan is waiting for me to go save her. Looking at the borderline crazy look in her own daughter, Bai Ning wanted to say something but swallowed the words back down at the end. She knows her consoling words were pointless and would only make it worse. Admiration, alright, then I'll keep looking for a way out with you. Bai Ning firmly says this, her eyes determined and bright. If Ling Yan wasn't in danger then they wouldn't be so urgent, but that's not the case. They must locate the exit as soon as possible. Mother, we're going further inside, there must be another passage to the outside world here somewhere. Pulling her punch off the stone pillar, Bai Yan begins to walk towards the inner depths of this ancient structure. As for the poor stone pillar that's been left in their rear, the entire thing instantly crumbled into rubble once they were gone, leaving only a mass of dust in the air. Despite their determination, Bai Ning believes the path up ahead leads only to a dead end. She's already searched this part and most of the areas, there's nothing ahead aside from a big wall. Similarly, the grandmother also understood that even if she had told Bai Yan this stubborn child of hers wouldn't listen unless she sees it in person anyways. As expected, it didn't take long for a wall to block their way forward. Crunching her fist in frustration, Bai Yan's expression didn't show any emotions as she spoke. Since this is an ancient ruin, there must be other passageways we're not aware of. The ones who built this wouldn't have constructed the layout like that. Let's search the place. Okay. Bai Ning silently began to touch the floor and walls with her ears pressed in against them for sounds of abnormality. When Bai Yan disappeared in those months, she also searched for a long time in this manner since she didn't believe there to be only one exit. The issue was, she couldn't find the supposed passageways and fell into despair until her daughter suddenly returned. Suddenly, the demon queen's sight fell upon a certain painting hanging on one of the walls in front. The depicted female in this painting was not unfamiliar to Bai Yan. In fact, she's seen this person countless times already. Specifically, it's the same one from the ancient diary in her possession. Of the most impressionable feature regarding this individual would be the countless demons prostrating themselves before the woman in the painting. Though that time they were sculptures only instead of a painting, but the air and temperament were identical, where a single fox remains defiant by now, bowing its head. It's just that the woman in this picture appeared a little different. Of course, the temperament and details were the exact same, but the vibe from the background accompanying the woman was totally different. Instead of a throne and mighty air, there's a peach blossom tree growing all over the mountain landscape. It's as if this painting was done by a third party which depicted their own version of this person. Yen, I've already examined this painting before, there's nothing special about it. Bai Ning did not want to waste too much time, so her examination was mainly restricted to a few minutes of physical assessment on her part. Bai Yan did not respond to that comment though. As if attracted by something inside that painting, she slowly strode towards the item. Alarmed by this odd behavior, the grandmother naturally wanted to pull at the woman's sleeve out of reflex. However, she suddenly realized something and held off her gesture. Mother, put it this way, the woman in this painting can be counted as half my Shifu. I honestly didn't expect her to be related to this ancient ruin though. Bai Yan explains with a mild smile. Without a doubt, the knowledge she gained from the ancient diary has propelled her alchemy and abilities by leaps and bounds. If she didn't have that, getting to this point might have required a much longer period, perhaps even a lifetime. So, I want to put this portrait away, that way I can honor her at a later date. Making a bow of her head, the demon queen immediately attempts to store the painting away by raising her hand.